All right, let's find our seats so we can commence with our meeting.
Random.
Okay.
It just
You have it.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to Portland. I am pleased to call to order the 287th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Portland, Oregon. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and groups. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and be made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. With that, I'm going to first turn to Executive Director to make one introduction here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let's see, I'm looking around in the audience here, but I'm just happy to announce that we have a new staff officer. Alyssa Sight, I am not seeing her. Anyway, we have a new staff officer. And hopefully most of you will meet her. She is our newest socioeconomic analyst and started work on 3 days ago now. So she's getting quite a tenure under her belt. But yeah, if you get a chance, please introduce yourself, and I'll ask her to do the same.
All right, thank you. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see her here at some point. And with that, I will call the Executive Director to call the roll.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. I will now call the roll of the April 2026 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Corey Niles.
present.
Scott Rumsey. Chris Oliver, sorry.
Here.
Colin Brinkman. I do not see Colin Brinkman. Jamie Diamond.
Here.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Let's see, I have Fish and Wildlife Service. Anyone from Fish and Wildlife online this morning?
This is Ben Cross. I'm here.
You, Ben? Pete Hessemer.
Present.
Carrie Jeffries, or anyone from the Coast Guard. Is anyone from the Coast Guard online this morning? I do not see anyone from the Coast Guard. Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Rebecca Lent.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Writings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
David Soames.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Asia Shumalo.
Here.
Ryan Wolf.
Here.
And Marcy Remco.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you do have a quorum.
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. With that, we had a draft agenda published as part of our briefing materials. Look for any approval of the agenda. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, when appropriate, I have a motion. I assure you this one will go quicker.
Let's see that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the council approve the detailed agenda for the 287th session presented as A3 in the April 2026 briefing book.
Thank you. That language appears accurate and complete.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we need to just get on with our agenda.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sharon. With that, we will move forward on the agenda, and I will turn to the Executive Director for his report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a short and sweet Executive Director's report in front of you. Not much has happened since the March meeting, but a couple of things to flag. One, there are a few alternates on our advisory groups at this meeting, and that is made note of in your report. One that is not in the report is a late addition of Heather Mann to the seat formerly occupied by Mr. Kevin Dunn. So that's a temporary appointment. Informational reports, there are a couple of supplemental informational reports that came in after I drafted my report. So in addition to the reports listed, we do have a informational report regarding a recreational fisheries roundtable that will be occurring. We do have a document that's in remembrance of Mr. Kevin Dunn. And then we have an overview of some standards that the Seafood Watch program is contemplating changing. And so there's basically a notice there in the form of an informational report. I'm sure the Seafood Watch program would appreciate any comments you or members of the public may have. There are also some other matters in my report just regarding some administrative things. One regarding Alaska Airlines discount codes. Thank you for those of you that are using those to travel. That does help us with our budget management. Another reminder regarding the chair's reception and how we are managing that. We have changed the way that we manage that based on some feedback from the Department of Commerce last year. And some questions from many folks in the council process about the review of our stock assessment process. That consultant report was due in March. We did have some problems with artificial intelligence in that report. So I have been working with the contractor how we're going to remedy those errors and bring a revised and polished report back to you that will be in June. Some other matters of interest, one regarding our potential office move. It feels like we get close and we take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but we're slowly, I think, making some headway with our potential new landlord. I do not anticipate we'll move far. The offices that we're looking at is right down the road. And then last is a note about our fiscal status. At the moment, we remain in healthy fiscal shape. Last year did feel like a bumpy road. After I drafted this report, I did get an update on how our income will be handled this year. It looks like we will again be on a monthly retainer or a monthly allowance. And so that does make planning difficult. Thankfully, we are already in reasonable shape, but we will be managing finances similar to how we did last year, unfortunately. I'm hoping that as we go through the year, that starts to get freed up quicker than it did last year, and we don't have to make any sudden turns on council meetings like we did last September. But that is the latest that I've heard regarding our fiscal outlook for the year. So some income this year that will come in drips. So that concludes my brief report, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions? Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, not a question, but I did read the executive director's report. I commend him for a new term, new to me at least, AI hallucinations. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the executive director? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for that report. And before we go on to our next open public comment, again, as the executive director said, between the last meeting and this one, we lost another valued member of our council family, of our fishing communities, fisherman, Mr. Kevin Dunn. So let's take a moment of silence here just to remember what he's contributed to this council process. So please join me in just a minute of silence. Thank you all. We're ready to move into our open public comment period. Before we get to the public piece of that, we are honored today to have the presence of the Assistant Administrator of Fisheries, Mr. Henio Pinheiro Soler, with us today. So, Henio, I'd like to ask you to come up to the table and share some time with us.
Good morning, everyone. In particular, to the council members. Henio Pinheiro Soler. By trade, a commercial fisherman all my life in Puerto Rico. And I began my journey to the position I hold today as a council member. Very fun days. Not only as an advisory panel member, but also as a council member. And that's the title I cherish the most. Back in those days, it was very limited. Science was not as it is today, management neither, but we had all the enthusiasm in the world. And I found out that the most important thing for a council member is just to step up to the plate. Lately, I've been engaged in the nominations process to have new council members all across the nation, and there's a lot of good people out, but I found out that a lot of them don't want to step up to the plate. You cannot judge folks, but they have family, they have a job to do, particularly in the commercial sector. But I've been very involved in this process, and I always encourage folks that they have to step up to the plate. If you want to see changes, if you want to make progress, there's no way you can do it from your home. You have to step up to the plate and And that's why, for me, it's so important to see council members come, travel long distances and spend a lot of time preparing themselves for the meetings. When I began, the science was not there, management was not there, and we had to learn the hard way. Took us years to get up to a position where we could control and have a real assessment of all the issues. So I sometimes wonder in the future, being a council member it's a responsibility, and it will continue to be. The destiny of a lot of people, industries, is in your hands. And you cannot delegate that to anyone. You see, and so for me, it's a real pleasure. It's a real pleasure to be here. When I talk about, when I hear, we have conversations about fisheries management and what we do in NIMS, I remember a conversation I had many years ago with Bill Hogarth and Ted Stevens. And Ted simply, after hearing what I had to say, said, hey, in Magnuson, we don't only manage fish, we manage people. And that's like a mantra. That is something that really took hold of me, and that's why this meeting is so important for me. Not only this, but every council meeting I've gone across the nation, every issue is different, but the important thing is the consistency, the commitment that the council members have. In this administration, my priority is to put money in much better science, AI, better technology, surveys, whatever it takes so that the councils are in a position to take better decisions to manage our nation. It's not easy. We know that we have gone through a lot of changes, financial. We have some other issues like shutdowns, you name it. But we have to move forward, and I'm here not to tell you what to do, but I'm here to listen to what you need. My position, I call, when they ask me back in Washington, I say, no, I'm a council creature, whatever that means. Council creature means that I want you guys to run your destiny. We have a federal government, yes. We have a uniform way to do things, yes. But every region is different. One size does not fit all. So you guys have to take the decisions, and I will respect that, and I will not only respect that, I will support you. I'm backing you and everyone. It is not, for me, it is not a challenge. For me, it is not a challenge. It is simply the right thing to do. I am the first commercial fisherman to hold this position. I have strong ties to the recreational industry. Also, I'm an angler, and every time I can go home, I fish with my son. So, I don't have any bias against any industry. On the contrary, I still try to learn, because I know this is the Department of Commerce, and we have to make not only our commitment in here is to make not only the stocks healthier, but make the American industry, put the American industry in a position where we are self-sustainable and where we can make the best out of what we can. So with those words, any comment, any questions you want to make me? I'm going to be here for the next 2 days, but if you want to make me a question, council members now, please do. I'm here to to answer them.
Thank you very much for those words. Let me look around and see, are there any questions for Mr. Pinheiro Soler? Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to speak with us today. My background, in case you don't know, I come from commercial as well. And I guess I may not come out swinging a bat. It's probably more a club with a gaff hook attached. I know people here around the council process think of me as the HMS lady. I started with my family longlining for halibut and sablefish in Alaska. And I am going to just ask the question here about really our fixed gear fisheries. And I apologize, I'm a little froggy this morning. But we passed Amendment 36 last year here in the council process. And I agree wholeheartedly, having engaged council members who weigh in, get involved, having engaged advisory panel members, and just having people involved in the process from industry, from rec, from charter, really from all walks of life is critical for what we do. But I am looking for a little advice for all of us in terms of once we move things through the process, how particularly under the current administration to keep things moving so that we can get fishermen out on the water fishing. In this particular case, we are looking to authorize additional gear types to help prevent predation of whales. And certainly have seen a lot of success with slinky pots in the North Pacific, looking to have that moved forward here in the regular Pacific off the West Coast, and really looking to help move that body of work forward to keep people going. So appreciate you here today, and really curious, like I say, how to help support the work that we're doing, move forward quickly through either register notice or public rulemaking process.
Thank you. Yes, my understanding is that is making the way out. We have been working hard on that one, and you should be able to get an answer from us, a final answer pretty soon, sooner than what we all expect. As a reminder, most of the projects go out of NIMS and they go through NOAA, they go through a policy process, but we have been very diligent in going through one by one of them.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, sir, for being here to speak with us today. My question sort of tees off of what Ms. Svensson started. Rules are taking a very long time to get through the process, so long that they're missing openings of season start dates. We are in the process of working on our biennial groundfish harvest specifications. We take final action in June. That is a heavy front-loaded process. But I'm already starting to hear concerns that we're not going to make January 1 of 2027 for something that we're going to take action on in June. Is there more as a council we can be doing to help facilitate actions moving through whatever the federal process is? Is the way we word motions, how we include things, is there anything we can do to help the process so that our rules are in place in time for our fisheries to start? Thank you.
No, thank you. Well, I personally don't mind getting calls from our stakeholders, much less from our council members. I think it's a very valuable part of the process, because that's the way I can steer with the ups and downs. Because as I told you, this is a process. We go through the NIMS, then we go to NOAA. Then if it's controversial, we go to the DOC. So it's a slow process, and it comes up. It comes back. It comes back to answer all the questions, so that we don't hurt any sector of the industry. So it is. We have a lot of input from the government, the OIRA, for example, or OMB. So we have to make sure that we are doing the right thing. I hate it when we do something and it comes back to me 3 months later. That's not what I'm here for. And as I told you, that's your livelihood. So we have to respect that. Keep in mind that when I leave this job, the day I leave this job, I'm going to go back to be a commercial fisherman. So I want to do the right thing, but it has to be on a more permanent basis. And we have to, these are difficult times in the sense that we have to make sure that the financial ends, the conservation values meet at some point and go together in order for us to make the right decision for you guys. But I'm sorry for that. You guys are going to make the decisions. We're just going to push it out.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Pinheiro, for being with us today. We did appreciate the opportunity to send in our thoughts in response to the executive order. So we're always interested in updates to that for getting U.S. fisheries up and running and competitive on the world market. I also wanted to ask you, some of our fisheries, quite a few of our fisheries, are international, multinational, or bilateral. So in some cases, we've had some challenges getting the new administration to allow the State Department, along with the NOAA fisheries reps, to attend these international meetings and to continue being active in those processes. I know that's important to you with your role that you played at ICAT. So do you have some updates on that for us? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Becky. We're changing the way to manage those RFMOs. I want to get the regions more involved in doing so. It's no good when all the policies, all the decisions come from Washington to here. That we don't want you guys to feel that we're shoving those decisions. And the reality is that you guys know much better than us what's been cooked. So I am now taking the position. Dr. Jacobs has asked me to head all the U.S. delegations, all the RFMOs across the world, both Pacific and the Atlantic Oceans. I'm in the process of making a sound, conscious delegation of power to folks in the region that know exactly what is going on. In the coming weeks, we are going to be issuing out all the assignments for the RFMOs. You know, I was involved in the ICAT and other institutions for many years. So I intend to have a strong presence in the RFMOs, because I know that there's some issues going on in the Pacific with some bilaterals, and I intend to be present there and do at all times what is better for the American industry. That's my goal.
Thank you. Other questions? Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here today. In California and also around this council table, we're increasingly concerned with prospective oil and gas development off the West Coast, as well as the potential for work associated with developing those resources to perhaps compete with NOAA Fisheries, scientific and West Coast region management staff, and the direction and prosecution of their duties. Can you give us any insight about what the future holds with regard to West Coast region staff redirections to work on that initiative while maintaining our core functions to ensure that our fisheries are both well-managed and well-studied off the West Coast.
Yes. As we speak, we are beginning the hiring freeze is what we know is it's over. So we're beginning in very active search for scientists. We're gonna emphasize in science, and you guys are gonna have a big chunk of it here. We understand the issues, and our intention is to make sure that fisheries and other industries can coexist. But in the next few months, most of those positions will be filled. But we're taking our time in making sure that we are going to put the right people in the right positions. And of course, in the West Coast, we have an excellent leadership, so they'll have to be part of the decision process in the region.
And look around and see if there are any other questions. Corey Ridings, you had your hand first, then Vice Chair Smith. Or Corey Niles, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I don't have a question. I was just some reflections on your opening comments about it's really it's great to hear that your respect for the council's understanding of the councils and the need for data. You said you'll be here listening and what we need as a council and as a West Coast. And I think I could sum it up as on data we need more. You look to the West Coast of maybe being one of the luckier regions with the science we have, but it's still not enough. We've been, for example, a lot of the states and out here, it's really a cooperation between the states and you all and the tribes, and we've been flat funded going on 20 years, and it's the cost are really catching up, and the core data that goes into our assessments is the data we have. We're losing ground there, and you'll hear this week that in tomorrow morning, for example, we don't even have data for some of these very key stocks that are affecting our fisheries. Excuse me. And I'll just keep it brief, but I also wanted to recognize, it's been tough on your agency with staff losses and everything, but I just want to thank and call out the quality of your staff, both in the science centers in the region. I don't know that we've noticed too much, Krista. I know that we have noticed the slower rulemaking, and I think we're lucky to be in a place where we've really taken care of conservation, and we're looking to help the economics of our fisheries. And so it's been a little bit frustrating to see that those rules go slower than anticipated. But yeah, nothing but compliments for your staff and your scientists and your region people of keeping this all working with less. So yeah, I'm sure you recognize that, but I just wanted to voice WDFW support for all the hard work that your staff and your agency does, and this council won't work without your staff.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great stuff. I love Jen Kwan and her team. Very good. So, and I think they're doing a great job. Your previous comment, all the regions in the nation are different, and they have different interests. And you go, for example, to North Pacific, Alaska. They want more surveys, science, than anyone else. They don't even ask for money for deregulation, contrary to other regions. So I'm pleasantly surprised to see that in New England, for example, they really want more surveys, and so we're moving into that direction. And cannot tell you anymore, but we have a good surprise. We have some funding for you guys to move on with your data soon.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, sir, for coming out here. Of course, probably every council you go to needs the same thing, and it's money to do their jobs and provide opportunity for our fishermen and make sure the conservation is being met, to get fish out of the water for America and get that. Some of the best protein in the world is right here. And, but also I kind of want to piggyback on Corey, is that the dedication of Jen Kwan and this staff, your NOAA staff, is something that you can be and probably are proud of. It's easy when things are going smooth, but the last couple years there's the cuts and the changes and whatever. This Northwest team, Southwest team, they rose to the top, man, and they weren't giving up on doing their obligations to what they had to do to the council. They figured out how to do it, and not let. We count on our fishermen, count on NOAA being there to let us fish or not, and just was amazed at all the dedication and all the hard work that your Northwest and Southwest staff pulled together to make that happen. And rest assured, when you go back to DC, although they never know what I'm going to say, but they don't end up in the bar smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. They're out doing their job until the job gets done. And as fishermen, we appreciate that because we have to work until the job is done. And so I just wanted to convey that to you. When you're back there, you've got a first-class staff out, first-class NOAA staff, in all the facets, doing their job at the best of their ability, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words about the staff. When folks in DC ask me how the councils work, how do they manage to do the things they do, I just tell them one phrase. Friends are those who have eaten salt together. We have been through bad times, good times, worse times, better times, but we have the torch, and we never give up. We might be beaten at some point, but we never get defeated. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Pinheiro-Soler, for being here. I too appreciate your views on what it means to be a council member and your ongoing support for councils back in DC on our behalf. My question is regarding ongoing threats to salmon. We have a lot of concerns about flow rates, timing. We're now looking at oil and gas development off the coast. We have drought. We have a lot of heat. And at the same time, we've lost capacity in the agency, both in the science centers and the regions. So my question is really thinking about tribal treaty obligations and supporting industry with these cuts and with these growing threats. How are you planning to do that?
Well, precisely as we speak, we're moving in the direction of some funding. We have some grants, large grants, but as I told you before, you guys have to manage. We want you to be the managers and the decision makers, because that's your future. We are going to be very supportive. We are looking forward to have some funding out for you, some grants this year. I cannot tell you when, but the only way that we are going to be able to do that, salmon, we understand salmon is crucial. It's not only a marvelous species, but it's also it's also vital, crucial, not only for the tribes, but also for the commercial and the recreational sector. But we want you to do the management, whatever you need to know, and we will follow the lead. We're trying to do. It's an issue that will never go away. That is your life. The salmon will never go away. So you are the ones. You are the expertise relies on you. and we will support you. The only way we can do that is with more funding, better science, and help you to move forward. Because we have sometimes we wonder. I was talking last night with some of the folks, and I don't want to open the Pandora box, but when we talk about salmon, in no doubt the question about the pinnipeds come along and how to manage and what to do with them. And it can be a never-ending story, but it will have an end. It have to end because there is it's a common sense has to prevail at the end of the day. And we're seeing signs that the salmon and the whole community is behind it, and we're seeing changes in the horizon. So things are improving for that. But the funding will be here for you guys.
Jamie Dimond.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Mr. Pinheiro-Soler. Some of the comments, questions so far have touched on what I'm going to ask. And really, what we do here at the council is very specific in scope, but what affects our fishermen and their ability to fish and our ability to manage, there's a lot of other agencies that are outside of our scope that affect those things, that affect fishermen's ability to go catch fish, that affect water flows, that affect areas that are available for fishermen to fish. And so one thing that I have noticed from the time where I was on that side and the chairs over there to now this side is the need for really bringing other agencies to the table and having meaningful, whether I don't know if the right word is consultation, but definitely communication. So whether it's BOEM or reclamation or in our letter in response to the EO, we had a supplemental letter that we submitted last September, I believe, identifying a number of different things outside of the council purview that have direct impact on fishermen's ability to fish. Funding for harbor dredging, harbors sand in, fishermen can't leave the port. Fuel prices. There's a lot of fishermen that are considering tying up to the dock because fuel prices. So there's all these other things outside of our scope that directly impact our fleets. And so I'm hoping that as somebody who has been in that position before, as a commercial fisherman and as a person on the advisory body side and on the council member side, understanding that perspective, that I'm looking for support to help bring those agencies to us, to the table, or connect us in a more meaningful way to relay these impacts and to work together on solutions where appropriate.
That has been the greatest challenge my tenure so far. I come from the private sector, and I find appalling when things like that happen. Because then you have to make a meeting, and then someone cannot attend, or then there's always an issue. So I try to be, my staff is constantly coordinating to move the ball those 10 yards, because that is a real challenge. And we have a lot of other challenges. We have some trade issues also parallel going on. For example, in the Gulf, we have all the shrimp in the world, but we cannot fish them because it's so cheap, the imports. So then you have to deal with other agencies from USDA. But this administration, the secretary and our team, we're trying to do, for example, changes, coordinating with, we want to do for the American fishermen what has been done with the American farmers. When I got in, we began looking at the plans we had, and it took like a year and a half, 2 years. That's no justice. That is not that's not an emergency action. It's too slow. So we're beginning to redraw the thing so that we can get help for the American fishery fishermen immediately, 30 days, 3 months. Otherwise, it's unacceptable. But it's been a challenge, but we're beginning to get the grip on it because, like me, most of my friends and my colleagues from the policy team, we come from the private sector. So we are not gonna let that fly. We're all hands on deck to make sure that things move faster. For example, financial aid or disaster funds, all of those things. But everything that is on our side, we're pushing it as fast and in an efficient way as we can. But you're right. The challenge, I don't want to blame others, but the challenge is not us. The challenge is to deal with others and make them going at the same speed to the same place. But we're getting there. I'm very optimistic. We've seen some results that I didn't expect to see that soon. We'll see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I want to thank you, Henio, for taking your time and especially being here 2 days. I know you'll be around, and I think maybe this evening at our social. So if there are further questions, discussion people want to have with you, really appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to be here and join us. So thank you.
No, thank you, guys. Thank you for having us here. I really feel at home, and it's a good opportunity. I've seen some beautiful friends I hadn't seen in a while. Rebecca Land, Ruiz Oliver, and others. Joe Ferguson is there. So thank you so much for having us here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next, I'd like to turn to Lynn Mattis to introduce us to another distinguished participant in our process here.
Thank you, Chair Hassmer. I believe this is our first meeting in Oregon since ODFW got a new director. So we are taking advantage of having our director, Dr. Debbie Colbert, here today. She's going to be with us through the reception this evening, but I'd like to ask her to come up and introduce herself to this body, please.
Good morning, Dr. Colbert, and welcome.
Good morning, Chair, members of the council. I know you have really busy day today, so I don't want to take up much of your time, but just appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself and say hello. Again, I'm Debbie Colbert. I'm the director of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and really want to echo the comments you just heard from our assistant administrator, Nymphs. Just gratitude for the work of all of you and the council staff and all of the consultants and scientists that contribute to this important work. My goal today is really just to observe, how this happens and listen to kind of some of the issues that are front of mind for you. And it's really interesting to be a state fish and wildlife director, because, I often am in a position to try to help decision makers, whether they're, our governor or our state legislators or federal partners, understand the importance and complexity of fisheries management. And because you all are doing this work, I think, it maybe if you have a conversation, I always imagine telling my mom what I do, right? And then it kind of really brings me down to earth. But just the complexity of what you do as a council and the number of fisheries involved and the importance it has in terms of conservation and our coastal communities and our state economies is just tremendous. And I wish that more people understood that. And I really am committed in my role to try to share that and have people understand it better. And so part of being here with you today is just to understand myself and also, again, just acknowledge you for the great work that you do and the partnerships and the way that you do your work in terms of focusing on the science in a very transparent and collaborative way. Just express my gratitude on behalf of our agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. Let me look around and see if there are any questions since you're in the hot or kind of warm seat there. Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Colbert, for being here. I don't have a question. I just want to say you have an incredible representation at this council. The council reps at the table are outstanding and so helpful and supportive. And I had the opportunity when I first started on the council to take a trip up the coast of Oregon and met many of your stakeholders, people in processing plants and fishermen. And last week we had a couple of folks from Oregon and the Oregon State Agency as well, helping us with the take reduction team. So you have a great team, and I look forward to chatting with you later. Thanks. Oh, and I am an Oregon State graduate. Thank you.
Go Beavs. I am as well. Well, thank you for those kind remarks, and I couldn't agree more. We are just so fortunate as a state and as an agency to have the staff that we do and supporting all of you. So thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you for being with us, and we'll see you later today. Okay. We'll move into our public comment. Get that on the screen. And let me just say, Hans Rodke is first on the list, but I think Poggy Lapham is here, who's got a time commitment. So I'm going to ask him to come up and go first, so you can get back to your other meetings that you're participating in. Good morning, Poggy.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members, and thank you for the time consideration. Poggy Lapham, and I am here just to give a brief plug on the MREP Marine Resources Education Program. I was a participant in that a few years ago and somehow got talked into being on the steering committee, and want to let everybody know that the next workshop will be in La Jolla, December 7th through 11th. And tying this into a few comments we already heard this morning, Mr. Pinheiro Soler's comment about taking that next step. MREP is just a phenomenal space for people to become familiar with and comfortable with the council process and develop the kinds of relationships that really make you integral to this process. And also a comment we just heard about the complexity of the council process. It's often referred to as a fire hose, MREP, and somehow a fire hose dispels complexity. I'm not sure how that works, but it does. So again, just really want to give a brief plug for the next workshop in La Jolla, December 7th through 11th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me look around and see if there's any questions. Kelly Ames.
Through the chair, thank you. No question. I just wanted to highlight that we are processing Supplemental Information Report 8, which will have all of the details for the upcoming MRIP, including a link for applications for any of you who are listening and might be interested. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Thanks, Poggy, for being here and talking about this. Who gets to attend MREP?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Ridings. We encourage commercial fishermen or sport fishermen to be, I don't want to say prioritized, but considered, a weighted consideration. But anybody who is interested in the council process, let me give you an example. At the last MREP in La Jolla in October, there were 4 participants that were with Cal Sea Grant. And there was also a gentleman who was a banker who does significant business with the fishing industry. So that's just maybe some bookends, but trying to prioritize the people that are part of this process from the commercial and sport side, but come one, come all.
Thank you. Corey Ridings, follow up.
Thanks. Who funds MREP?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. You're testing my knowledge base here, but it's in the MSA, and it is a federal funded program that is set forth in the MSA. I believe I'm correct.
Thanks. we can verify that if needed, but see some head nods. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Poggy.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Hans Radke here in person. Hans, as you come up, I understand that some time ago you were in this chair and somebody else was sitting there. So welcome back to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. And I recognize some of you, a couple of you. Anyway, that was a long time ago, but I'm still involved. And I'd like to make some comments here about salmon. Officially, I'm Hunt Radke. I live at 634 10 Mile Creek Road in Yachats, Oregon. And welcome to Oregon to all you non-Oregonians. As you mentioned, I was involved in the council, but I've worked as an economist on natural resource issues in the last 40 years on almost all issues concerning natural resources. And in that, I also developed what we call the Fishery Economic Assessment Model, which the council used for a long time. They've changed, the council now has changed to NIMS OIPAC, but it's basically the same model as ours was. And one of the things that I did back in the 1990s as an analyst, I looked at what would be the economic impact of moving closer to harvesting closer to home. And basically, the numbers show that by Oregon harvesting in rivers and bays, you would gain anywhere between 6.2 to 22 million more income for Oregon communities. That's because we were involved in the salmon industry, and the fish don't know boundaries. They move all over the Pacific. Anyway, we didn't do that for other states, but basically the same thing could be said for the Northwest states. So that's my point now that we're coming up to the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and there could be some real changes made that we should be considering this concept of basically harvesting fish as they come closer to their home and rewarding those people that invest in the sustainability of that resource. For example, I don't mean to pick up on any region, but the Southeast Alaska troll fishery harvests, their total harvest is about 10% of their fish that come from that region. About 50% of those fish actually are harvested, are produced in Oregon, including Columbia River. So as we come up to the Salmon Treaty, I would hope that the council gets involved in basically, let's benefit those areas, those people that produce the fish, and I know it would change some who gets the benefits, but one of the things we need to do is also reduce the capacity to harvest. For example, we have about 1,000, close to 1,000 permits in the Pacific, in the troll fishing in Oregon. half of those haven't caught a fish in the last 5 years. So what are they fishing for? I believe they're fishing for disaster monies. And why else would you pay $300 a month to keep your license? So anyway, those are the kind of changes. And I think this push, let our salmon come home, should be investigated. We should be doing some analysis, economic analysis, and I think we can all benefit by moving toward that. I see I've got 15 seconds left, and thank you, guys. Okay.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Rodkey on his testimony? Corey Ridings.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's Dr. or Mr. Radke, but thank you for being here and providing the written testimony ahead of time. My question is on, I think it's on your first page, but it's sort of a general concept that you repeat, which is comparing the contribution of salmon harvested in the open ocean to that of salmon harvested closer to their origin. I'm not a salmon biologist, so I'm curious if you could say a little bit more about, in context of your analysis here, what does harvested closer to their origin mean?
Well, okay, the history, as you know, the history of salmon is we used to fish them with spears or some sort of nets, and then we moved to gill nets further out, and then we moved to trolls and go out further into their routes. So basically, we could be doing some fishing closer with co-ops, or like we do in Alaska, and some where we give community access or quotas. So the whole concept is to let them come to us. Why are we going out there and indiscriminately, I shouldn't use that word, but not specific enough to know what we're harvesting. So it's just, and we don't lose any income. Why aren't we doing it? Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Radke, for being with us today. I also had a follow-up question on that same issue of looking at the impact of harvests closer to the shore. I assume if you did the one state analysis for Oregon, some of those fish that you would assume are harvested closer to shore might have otherwise been harvested in Washington or California. So if you did the whole West Coast analysis, would you still have that great of a potential increase in the impacts? Thank you.
I believe so. As I said, I didn't do analysis for all the rest of them, but one of the things I found is that by harvesting closer to home, you also harvest bigger fish, and that bigger fish might not have the same quality as a trolled salmon, but it has more weight. So once you weigh all of that, you come out with more income than if you were to fish on the out in the open ocean. I'm not a biologist, but I've been around a while here, and I'm totally convinced that one of the reasons why the salmon are getting smaller is because if you have a salmon that goes around 4 or 5 years in the gauntlet, they're going to be caught. So you're going to be catching bigger fish, and you're reducing the size of that fish over time. All I'm saying is we need a good economic analysis to do what you've asked to do.
Thank you. Danny Evanson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. Radke, for being here and sharing your perspectives. As the lone state of Alaska representative in this room. You made some statements about the stock composition of the Southeast Alaska troll fishery. And as someone who's intimately familiar with those, they're a little bit off. So can you tell me what your source was for those data?
What my source was? I work with a person named Shannon Davis, who's a computer nerd, and the PACFIN, OIPAC, ACFIN data, whatever data sources out there, I can assure you, we've looked at it. And I have to say, I did work as an expert witness on a lawsuit in Southeast Alaska. And I determined that the loss to the salmon troll industry up there, a certain amount, I can't quote the exact number now, but it was a lot less than the industry put out. That's a usual case when one does analysis. But it was obvious. Some people lose, some people gain in any kind of analysis that you do. But that's why you're here.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Thank you, Hans.
Keep up the good work, okay?
Next, we have James Whitehill. James is connected remotely. James, can you hear us? Doesn't look like James is connected. We'll come back later and recheck that. Next, then, is Jeff Lackey. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Lackey. I manage 2 trawlers out of Newport. I wanted to, and I'm sorry, I have a PowerPoint. There it is. I'd like to make the case for prioritizing the assessment of short spine in the 2027 cycle because of the importance of the species. And also there was, in 2023, a stock assessment downgrade that seemed very severe. There is an upward abundance trend. Exploration of spatial data could be key. Reliable age data is a focal point. And a new publication came out in November from Alaska could be important. Next slide, please. So why now? Why am I bringing this in April instead of June? Mainly to provide food for thought well in advance of the June FPA scheduled item. Next slide, please. The 2023 assessment resulted in a huge downgrade with biomass and stock status. That was very, very consequential. Next slide, please. And not only that, but the projected 10 years out from that, even though allocations were slashed by over half, there was not a projected uptick. It was just flat projection 10 years forward. So we're not looking to have an uptrend relief anytime soon on the current assessment. Next slide, please. From the March document on available information, there was this figure 107. Short spine is well sampled by the bottom trawl survey. And so this abundance indice shows that the 21 through 2025 points are all above the 2003 through 2019 points. We have quite an uptrend and 4 more additional points in the abundance indices since the last assessment. Next slide, please. From the last assessment, the abundance indices off of each state all had a longer trend, uptrend. Next slide, please. This figure 1 from the last assessment shows that we have a widespread and dispersed population. Short spinal cod, 91% of trawl survey hauls deeper than 500 meters. So many fishermen suspect there are large areas of minimal effort and overall far less geographic coverage of effort compared to the 1965 to 2000 timeframe. Therefore, the theory is that spatially limited fisheries for a widely dispersed population should be a biologically productive and sustainable model. Next slide, please. There was a large change in the 2023 assessment for the age at 50% maturity value. 2023, it was about 25 years compared to the last assessment had been between 8 and 10 years. And so the age data was Butler data that used in the 23 assessment. It's from a 1995 study on samples that were collected from 1978 to 1990. And in the graph, this is from the 23 stock assessment, figure 12. The orange line is the Butler data female curve. It's about 25 years for 50% maturity. Next slide, please. So there was a study that came out, a publication that came out in November on Alaska data, and I'll just quote from that conclusions of that study. For females, length at 50% maturity is 23 centimeter in fork length, and age at 50% maturity is 12.8 years, with all of them maturing at ages between 11 and 14 years. Precision in age estimates between readers was acceptable. And so it's worth pointing out those three findings above that have significance. The 50% maturity at 12.8 years, keep in mind the last assessment was 25. 100% maturity by age 14 and achieving acceptable precision between age readers. So very interesting. There may be lessons learned that could help inform aging work on the West Coast, and perhaps samples could be separated by latitude bands with, for example, Washington samples having more in common with Alaska samples and results than California samples would. Admittedly, Alaska has different conditions and cannot be assumed to have same results with the West Coast, but the same can be said for different locations north to south within the West Coast that exhibit different spawning patterns. Conclusion, a new assessment might be able to take lessons from Alaska study, better fit the model to abundance indices with 4 more years of data, and explore spatial issues and their implications. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey and his testimony. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lackey, for bringing this early to give us some time to think about this. I'm just, I guess this would be a clarifying question. Are you asking for this to be considered for a full benchmark, an update, a catch-only update? Do you have a preference or an idea on which type of assessment you'd be looking for? Thank you.
Good question. I should have said that. I would say full benchmark. Thanks.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have, I believe, Jeff Shester online. Dr. Shester, can you hear us? Oh, Ben Entignap is here. Good morning, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be okay if I gave Oceana's testimony? Jeff had a conflict at this hour. Thank you very much. Members of the council, my name is Ben Entignap, and I'm representing Oceana. We have a letter in your briefing book raising concerns about Pacific mackerel and the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy. We are requesting at this time that the council invoke the point of concern framework consistent with the Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan to address the low biomass estimates for both mackerel and the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy. Last April in 2025, we presented estimates from the NMFS acoustic trawl survey showing dramatically low biomasses for both mackerel and the northern subpopulation of anchovy. While the council decided not to take immediate action last year, the council did refer this item under its science and management priorities to managing annual opportunities, which would explore alternative ways to manage these stocks. But our understanding that is since then that there has not been any progress made, and the concern remains. The last mackerel stock assessment did not include any recent estimates of Pacific mackerel abundance since 2021. Instead, it's projecting forward these stale estimates and ignoring the science from the ATM surveys. The cutoff and overfish threshold for Pacific mackerel in the fishery management plan is 18,200 metric tons. The 2025 estimate from the survey is about half that, estimated at 9,261 metric tons. Even with uncertainty accounted for, the 95% confidence interval is below the cutoff. So this really further confirms that the ATM estimates of the previous 4 years, which were all well below the cutoff, and warrants immediate action to close the fishery and declare the stock overfished. Similarly, for the northern subpopulation of anchovy, the estimated biomass in 2025 was 4,164 metric tons, which is a 97% decline from the estimate that is the basis of the current management. The northern subpopulation overfishing limit is 39,000 metric tons. The recent anchovy biomass estimate confirms the previous estimates over the last 5 years were all well below that overfishing limit. So in other words, the council is leaving in place an overfishing limit that's 10 times greater than the estimated biomass for the stock. So we've raised these concerns repeatedly over the last 3 years. Despite council commitments to address this issue, we're not aware of any progress being made. And we really want you to address this issue by invoking the point of concern framework. That is a specific tool in the coastal pelagic species plan. It's created to address the rapid decline of CPS stocks. It's not committing you to a particular action, but it would direct the management team to review this and come back with recommendations that you can then consider. So we hope that you'll take up this important issue. There's a major misalignment between the biomass and your reference points for management for these populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Entignap on his testimony? Query writings.
Thanks, Ben, for being here and for bringing this issue to our attention again. You know, the council is dealing with capacity concerns. We know that NIMS is as well. So I'm wondering if you had a chance this year to talk to anyone from the management team. Have you sent a letter or brought this to the attention of NIMS? I'm just curious whether if and what other communications you've had that can help put this in context for the council.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings, Mr. Chair. I mean, like I said, we've been bringing this up with the council now for about 3 years. I can't really speak to the staff constraints within the agency, but we're seeing, you know, a major problem here that needs to be addressed. It's not being addressed. I don't know how else to advance this other than to keep coming back to you and bringing these concerns. I mean, if we need to come under the CPS agenda item, under the NIMS report, we'll do that. But, you know, we're here and we've been here.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Ben. Yes, you guys have been here and appreciate your engagement. I guess my recollection is I'm not going to remember what meeting it was, but we finally got around to having a place on the agenda where the council could, and everyone could talk about all the different questions we have about CPS and then choose which ones were the highest priorities. And the one we ended up with was with the sardine and stock definition. We don't even have enough scientists to do that. So, and you know, going back to our earlier discussion about a NIMS and their need for more staff and data. So I guess the question for you is, and I could be off on this, but my understanding is that these species, these stocks you're talking about are very lightly fished. Like we're not even close to the ACL. So I guess why would this be a high conservation priority? I'll phrase it like that and see if you had a response.
Thank you, Mr. Niles. It's a concern when we're setting catch limits that are, you know, higher than the estimated biomass of the population. We know that we should not be doing that, right? Like that risks you're basically allowing and authorizing fishing that could completely wipe out the population. So it is very much a conservation concern. Maybe fishermen aren't doing that right now, but you are authorizing that to happen.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go back and check Mr., I believe, Whitehill, was it? If he is online, not online. So, thank you. So that completes our public comment then. And before we close it out, is there any council discussion or comment is needed on this agenda item? I'm not seeing any hands then. That will conclude our public testimony. We're a little bit behind this morning. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start on our groundfish items. And I think the first one will take us up to lunchtime, so it gives you a little preview of the rest of our morning schedule. So 10 minutes. All right, I think we're ready to begin. First of our many groundfish items for this week. So on C1, I'll turn it over to Mr. Todd Phillips for the overview. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good late morning, Council. So before you, we have agenda item C1, which is the National Marine Fisheries Service Report. So the region is here to discuss and briefly update the Council regarding regulatory developments and other issues relevant to groundfish fisheries and interests of the Council, as well as the National Marine Fisheries Service Northwest Fisheries Science Center is also here to discuss some current related groundfish items. I'll note that in your situation summary, there is an error. It is Ms. Keely Kent sitting to my right instead of Ms. Lynn Massey. And she, of course, will be presenting the region information. And Mr. John McVeigh is here as well to present the Science Center information. So looking at your council's tasks, they are to consider the NIMS and Northwest Fisheries Science Center updates and have discussion and comment as appropriate. With that, Mr. Chair, it's a very short overview. I'm happy to elaborate if necessary.
Thank you, Todd. Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any, then I will turn to Ms. Keely Kent for the NIMS overview. Keely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still morning-ish. Good morning, council members. I have a very short report because it feels like we just met and talked about this. We have not had any publications since the March meeting, and that's usually what I focus on. We've been making progress on the various rulemakings, right? So they're moving through internal steps, but nothing at the point that has changed for a publication. All of those rules are detailed in our table in Supplemental NIMS Report 1. I'm happy to take specific questions, but generally they're all sort of progressing along into various internal steps, and we hope to have more information on publications for you in June. So that was all I had on the rulemaking report. I will take questions on that in general, but I also want to relay a talking point. So NOAA Fisheries leadership is hosting a recreational fisheries roundtable. That's Thursday evening from 7 to 9 p.m. in the GAP room. The NIMS Assistant Administrator and the National Rec Fish Policy Advisor, the West Coast Region Regional Administrator, and the Northwest and the Southwest Fisheries Science Center directors will all be there. This is an opportunity for them to meet with industry members and all other interested parties to hear on key priorities and concerns related to federal fisheries. So wanted to just put that plug in. We put that plug in with the GAP as well, but wanted to further highlight that. That's all I have today. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the NIMS report, the rulemaking? And not seeing any, then I will turn to switch my documents here. I believe Mr. John McVeigh is here for the Science Center activities. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Good morning, council members. For the record, my name is John McVeigh. I'm the acting director of the Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I'm going to provide some brief updates on Science Center activities. And I have some slides. Can you pull those up, please? Thank you. Next slide, please. So today, like I said, I'll briefly go through a couple of items. Wanted to provide a quick update on our groundfish survey activities. As was requested at the last meeting, I have a couple of items to mention on our economic and social science work. And most of my time here I'll spend announcing some upcoming industry engagement activities that the center has planned. Our 2026 groundfish surveys are planning is underway, as I announced in March. That continues. We're planning activities for both of our bottom trawl and hook and line surveys. Our bottom trawl surveys slated to begin in May, and our hook and line activities in Southern California Bight in September. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight a recent survey that was mailed out, the fourth triennial West Coast Fisheries Participation Survey. Just encouraging, if you are a recipient of this survey, to complete it, because it does provide our economists and other social scientists at the center important information they can use to answer interesting questions around challenges in commercial fisheries, the reliance on commercial fishing to household income, and a number of other items. That was mailed out recently. Next slide, please. I also wanted to announce an interesting R package that was released through a journal article in the IC's Journal of Marine Science. This is Carvello and Pfeiffer et al. This tool called FishSet is a spatial economics toolbox for fisheries that allows researchers to model fishing behavior with a spatial dimension. So it allows folks to evaluate potential impacts and adaptations that industry may make in response to spatial proposals or management proposals in marine environments and how they may handle some of those responses. This was a national effort that was carried across the finish line by our researchers at the Science Center. Next slide, please. On to highlighting some industry engagements we're excited to be partnered with. The first I'll announce is this online midwater trawl fishery data workshop. So co-PIs include scientists at the Northwest Center, Kiva Oken, Kate Richardson, and Eric Ward, and industry representative Jeff Lackey, along with collaborators at OSU. They're hosting a workshop to learn more about fishing behavior in the midwater trawl fishery. The results of these discussions will inform modeling work and data analysis decisions in preparation for the SSC Groundfish methodology review on fishery-dependent indices of abundance that the Council has prioritized for later this year. This workshop is intended for industry members, both those that spend a lot of time on the water or those that have direct knowledge of fishing operations. We have group call-in stations available in Newport and Astoria for anyone that would choose to participate in that manner or may be uncomfortable with online meetings. So there's interest in midwater rockfish, and analysis is currently limited to commercial shoreside catch data. The PIs are specifically looking for people to come prepared to talk about how they make targeting decisions on the water, things they can control and influence like catch rates and things of that nature. If you're interested, this is happening Tuesday, April 21st. Next slide, please. Also happy to announce the 10th Fishermen Scientist Roundtable happening in Newport. This is the 10th year of this collaboration, trying to connect scientists and industry around the seafood industry. So it's designed to build connections. Some of the topics this year are climate and ecosystem observations, stock assessments, and socioeconomic indicators and research. This is an in-person only meeting happening in Newport on May 19th. Next slide, which I think is my last slide. I also wanted to call attention to next Wednesday. We'll be having a virtual meeting on the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, which completed its inaugural 2025 season last year. Planning is underway for the 2026 season, and this is continuing a long line of communication and engagement with stakeholders, industry, and other that are interested. So Wednesday, April 15th, 9:30 to 11:30, we'll have an open session, mostly around Q&A. We want to hear from folks that have been paying attention and tracking this survey, take questions. Both the Southwest Center and Northwest Center will be present. Annie and I will be there, as well as other survey members, and we'll have a short presentation. So I encourage you, if you've been paying attention to that survey, to please join us. And the next slide is actually my last slide, but it's just if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, John. First, just a very quick comment, which is just thanks for highlighting these outreach events and the Midwater Trawl Data Workshop, the Roundtable, and the virtual outreach event. So just thank you for taking the time to do those things and bringing more people into the fold here. My question is regarding, this is great to hear about some of the social science and the economics. Can you talk about any updates from the ecosystem program?
Thank you for the question through the chair. If you have specific questions, I could try and get answers, but I don't have any updates from the ecosystem program.
Thank you. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hasmer. Yeah, thanks, John, for coming here. On the Fishermen Scientists Roundtable, is that invitation only, or what's? Do you know how that's going to be set up?
Thanks for the question, Brad, through the chair. I believe it's open to anyone that wants to participate. I should have mentioned Mary Hunsaker is the contact from the Northwest Center, and I can connect you with Mary if you would like, but my understanding is anyone can attend. But we can get you an invitation if you want, Brad.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. McVeigh, for being here. Just appreciate all the outreach you all are doing and I think you're already aware that ODFW staff are definitely on standby to help. We're helping set up the listening station in Astoria for the Midwater item and with the roundtable. So really appreciate the collaborative nature of these outreach events, and that there is some virtual opportunities so that folks don't have to travel from, like maybe Mr. Pettinger from Brookings all the way to Astoria for a meeting. So just thank you, and appreciate being able to work collaboratively with you all.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks, Lynn.
Thanks. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, John. First, a random thought is I don't think I've ever seen so many colors on a QR codes before, but so that was thanks for having those for easy access. But my you might throw this question back at us, but I'm thinking about the fisheries participation survey, the triennial one. Do you have any thoughts or reminders on how that feeds into the council process, or any thoughts on how we could use that information, or where does it come in the IEA, or do we consider it in our any of our just FMP decision-making process? So just curious if you had any thoughts on how that information could be used or is used.
Thanks, Corey, through the chair. I don't know if I'll throw the question back. The way it was framed to me, this can help us answer interesting research questions we may have. We're fortunate here, Dr. Leif Anderson, who manages our ecosystem and social science program, is here and probably could answer that question much better than I could. So I can connect you to Leif at one of the breaks or lunch if that would be helpful. It's also something I can circle back with you, Corey. I don't have a good answer for you though on how it would feed into the process here.
Thanks. Other questions? Not seeing any. John, I have one question. Your second slide was on the 2026 Groundfish survey update. You said planning is in process. Any information you could provide on funding resource available? Are you expecting cutbacks, expansions, or how's it progressing?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, we're planning a survey very similar to what we had in the year 2025. So the full complement of our 4-vessel bottom trawl survey and our 3-vessel 2-leg hook and line survey. So from my perspective, the funding will support those same operations we had last year. We don't have any additional funding for survey expansions, if maybe that's where you were going, but I'm happy that we're right now planning to do the survey as we would do in our normal year.
Thank you. And one last look around. Any questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, John. My question is sort of getting back around my first one around sort of if there were any ecosystem updates, and it sounds like there's not, given when the meetings are pretty close together for March. But a question was really originating. We got a lot of really good information in March as part of the ESR. And part of that was some excitement from various advisory bodies and the council around information that's being provided on a more sort of, I don't want to say real time, but like a more like close scale, finer scale ability that could help the council make better decisions around the fisheries when we're doing catch setting or management measures. And something that the council is considering later in this meeting around what we're calling Special Project 1, and thinking about local knowledge and how that comes in, and understanding that local knowledge is similar to ecosystem knowledge. In fact, usually those two things are considered together. As someone whose expertise is, really around groundfish, but is now in your position, do you have some thoughts about how that ecosystem science and information, as well as sort of the groundfish knowledge, can come together and maybe dovetail with that local knowledge? I'm maybe getting ahead of the agenda a little bit, but while you're here, I was curious on your thoughts about how that could be presented. Like, is the NIMS report a place for that? If you have any thoughts or recommendations on how those pieces come together.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So I think I would start with, through everything you described, the local knowledge and engagement, and I think we're, demonstrating that we have an interest in that at the Science Center through these. And I think the information we get there and maybe will help shape some of your question on how we would report that back. This may not be a satisfying answer. I don't have any concrete examples that I could give here. I certainly do know the right people that I could talk to give you a better answer, or maybe represent the ideas that the researchers that are directly involved with this work more than I am might have. I know that there's a lot of appetite for those efforts, from learning from industry and bringing that into our processes. But I would have to leave it there. I can certainly offer to circle back with you, and I think you know the right people too. But I can help facilitate that connection and giving you a better answer than I can right now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
That, I believe, completes our reports, takes us to public comment. At this time, I don't see any signups, but let me confirm that. And there's no public comment signed up, so that'll take us to our council task here, which is simply consider the updates. Discussion comment is needed. Is there any discussion to be had here? And I'm not seeing any, so before we close out, I do want to just highlight, I think it was mentioned by some council members, appreciation to NIMS and the Science Center report for these listening opportunities and various things to engage with the industry and gather information. It's a very good thing, and continue to do that. So with that, Todd, anything else we need to do?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I would say that in this particular agenda item, you've completed your task. You've heard from Ms. Kent and Mr. McVeigh regarding the region and the Science Center, respectively. You asked some good questions and had some discussion, even though it wasn't set discussion, so I think you have concluded.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll close this agenda item. We're going to take our lunch break now, so let's try and be back at 1 o'clock. think we're ready to come back into session here. Before we start the next agenda item, I want to turn to Mr. Pettinger for just a quick
thank
statement.
You. Thank you, Chair Hasselmer. In the previous presentation by John McVeigh on the Science Center, there was a fishermen's scientist roundtable in Newport, I believe in later this spring here, and I asked a question about attendance, and it was and it's by invitation only. So people, if they want to go to that, they need to contact the folks there to make arrangements for that, and just don't show up at the door because you probably won't get in. So anyway, so just clarify that.
All right, thanks for that clarification that it's not open by invitation, but there's a process for doing that. All right, thanks. With that, then, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, C2. So I will turn it over to Jesse Waller. Jesse.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. This is agenda item C2, the Marine Mammal Take Reduction Team update. As a reminder, in 2023, the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California adopted a stipulated settlement agreement between NOAA Fisheries and CBD to resolve claims in the matter of matters of the case. Under the agreement, NOAA Fisheries expressed its intent to issue a scoping notice by November 2023, seeking information relative to establishing a take reduction team, or TRT, under the Marine Mammal Protection Act that would, at a minimum, consider the sablefish pot fishery and may also be expanded to consider other fisheries in the Pacific Ocean that interact with relevant humpback whale stocks. So as part of this agreement, NOAA Fisheries committed to issuing the notice to establish a TRT by the end of October 25 and to convene its first TRT meeting by November 30th of 2025. And in April of last year, NOAA Fisheries notified the council that it had updated its preliminary scope of the TRT from addressing 3 strategic stocks of whales and 5 commercial fisheries to only 2 strategic marine mammal stocks and the federal sablefish pot fishery. The TRT has had a series of virtual meetings from November 2025 through March 2026 and had its first in-person meeting in Vancouver, Washington just last week. There's a link to the meeting materials if folks are interested that have occurred over those meetings. Dr. Rebecca Lent, the council's designee, attended the meeting, as well as several representatives around the table, and will be providing a verbal update to the council. The council action for today is just for discussion and guidance as appropriate. In terms of written materials, you do have a gap statement, and it does not appear to be any public comment yet. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the overview? Seeing no questions, then, as stated by Jesse, our council designee representative was Dr. Rebecca Lent, so I'll turn to her for a report. Rebecca.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Jesse, for the report. I'm really grateful to the council for the support that Jesse provided. Just want to remind folks that Brad was my doppelganger, I guess, alter ego. So last week we did switch places back and forth at the table. So we met, and this was the only in-person meeting of the Take Reduction team. I thought it'd be our last meeting, but the Take Reduction team lives on. We did come up with a take reduction plan, and that's hopefully will be available soon. Jesse, I had asked that question about how soon it would be public. Might have to wait, but just basically, we started off with a presentation on the updated stock assessment, which showed that we had met the long-term and the short-term goals already. So we're below PBR, which is the 6-month goal, potential biological removal. And for both stocks, and we're below ZMRG, zero mortality rate goal, which is 10% of PBR for both populations. Now that could change in our beat, including when we're able to review the entanglement that happened in 2025. But importantly was that the TRT agreed that the sort of foundation for the plan was what the council and NIMS had already put out as a proposed rule. And so that's element number 1. Other elements include collecting data, including once this rule goes final and is effective, what do we actually see happen? How many people take up this option for using just one line? Because the goal is really to get those vertical lines out of the water. That's where the whales get in trouble. With the help of POGI, who already started it, best practices guidance is under development. And NIMS and the council could modify the limited entry primary tier season start date from April 1 to January 1. That would also be something potentially useful. And remove the delay for permit transfers. Following the great example of Oregon, there was agreement to start working on some formal fleet advisories as folks are out there on the water and they see some whales going by. The recommendations for reconvening the take reduction team, that could happen whether for just giving updates or for a deliberative process to change some regs. These could happen at least once a year. Once there's a single entanglement, the TRT would be convened. And of course, the problem is you might have an entanglement, but it takes 2 years to finalize what that actually means in terms of mortality and serious injury. Are we above or below our short-term or long-term goals? So as soon as we have a certain number of entanglements, that triggers reconvening the take reduction team. In the event of a confirmed entanglement that does look like we would exceed the MRG, we would have a deliberation. Probably those regulations would go out under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. We have something called front-loaded backstop options, which is a suite of options we might be able to front load and doing some preliminary analyses. So we're kind of ready to go on them because there's an emphasis on speed once you hit this trigger. So that would include making that single line use mandatory rather than voluntary, potentially with some conditions, reducing surface gear trailing line as well, and potentially strategic use of the council's block area closure framework as appropriate. We also discussed the elephant in the room, which was the Dungeness crab fishery. When we started all our deliberations with virtual meetings, it's like, no, we're not covering that. Then all of a sudden it was, well, yeah, we need to talk about that. Is this the right team to do that? Should it be a different take reduction team? I think there was a sort of a neutral outcome saying, if needed, and only once we have a transparent and full analysis of and review of the data and the information, then we could convene a TRT or maybe this TRT with potentially different participants, of course. There's also a list of research priorities that was established. I can't say enough about the council folks who were at this meeting, all our state reps, the commission people, the fishermen, Poggy, Harrison, others from other areas, just a huge part of getting to our goal. And as I said, every time I looked up at a break or something, people were talking to other stakeholders. It was just what you wanted in a take reduction team. And I'd say the collaborators, the facilitators were so impressed that we even finished 30 minutes early and we had pretty much full consensus. So I would ask Mr. Chairman if any of the other folks who participated from the states or from my doppelganger counterpart over there would like to intervene. But thank you for the privilege of representing you at the take reduction team.
Thank you. Brad, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I thought that just the council family was represented well, and I thought everybody was very respectful through the entire process. I thought the work that this council has done, especially through the 5-year review and the work that we've done as we passed moving into to make the changes, the modifications fit in nicely into driving the TRT as far as foundational, as far as moving forward to a good outcome. I couldn't just really like our fishermen participants were outstanding. I just can't say enough good things about the work that was done and everybody from this council family who attended. It's just outstanding work.
Thank you. Anyone else from the state side? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, Heather was our primary rep. I was the alternate, and Heather really wanted to be here to say something. I think we'll have some thoughts maybe during council discussion, but yeah, thanks, Dr. Lent, for the excellent overview. She covered it. One thing she didn't mention was that if not for her, the report would have said we were in Portland, Oregon, instead of the proper location of Vancouver, Washington. So that was the you had to be there to think it's funny, I guess. But yeah, I'll have some thoughts to share during council discussion.
Thank you. Anything else then on the report? Thank you, Rebecca, for that. And I think we have a gap report also. And we have Poggy Lapham and Harris Nybach. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Council, good afternoon. I'm Harris Nybach with the GAP, and here's Poggy to read our GAP statement on the TRT. The GAP had a brief discussion about sablefish pot fishery, TRT, that took place in Vancouver, Washington last week. The majority of TRT members were satisfied with the resulting recommendations considering the compressed timeline, primarily virtual format, and limited ability for analysis of supporting data. The TRT was tasked with two goals, the first of which had already been met. Number one, reduce mortality and serious injury, MSI, below potential for biological removal, PBR, within 6 months of implementing a take reduction plan, the TRP. Number two, reduce MSI below 10% of PBR within 5 years. At the TRT's initial meeting in December 2025, the estimated impact of the fisheries stood at 10.1% of PBR. By the final meeting in April 2026, an updated preliminary stock assessment report, the SAR, for humpback whales reduced that estimate to below 10% threshold. The GAP noted that as the fishery certainly exists, it's already near or below the threshold. The TRT came out with 7 recommendations that Rebecca had already mentioned. That was the first one, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, MSA package for gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measures, the best practices guide, data collection improvement and analysis, recommend NIMS work with the council to consider revising April 1st start date and permit transfer delay, fleet advisory, meeting triggers, addressing other sources of entanglement. There were also research recommendations that were made by the TRT. The GAP specifically wants to raise to the council's attention the issue that the 2 distinct population segments, the DPS of humpback whales, Central America and Mexico, have a high degree of genetic overlap, and there's significant uncertainty around the population structure and biological differentiation, given the limited amount of information. Throughout the TRT process, on-demand or pop-up gear was brought up as a potential entanglement mitigation tool. At the request of fishermen representatives, NIMS arranged for a presentation by the Northeast Fisheries Science Center on the applicability of this gear type to the sablefish pot fishery on the West Coast. The presentation showed that the deepest waters that this gear type had been tested are still much shallower than the primary depth range of the sablefish pot fishery. In addition, the success rate of gear retrieval outside of 100 fathoms for pop-up gear is less than 75%. This information helped clarify that on-demand gear is not currently a viable option in mitigating entanglement risk. The lack of enforcement consultants on the TRT was a serious oversight. EC plays a critical role in the council process, and their insight would have provided important context in evaluating mitigation measures. Their inclusion in the future TRT meetings is strongly recommended. TRT members on the GAP expressed appreciation for the time and effort invested in developing the council package for gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measures. These measures were refined over several years with substantial input from industry, NIMS, conservation interests, and enforcement consultants. Using the package as a starting point enabled the TRT to reach consensus recommendations that were effective without being overly restrictive to the fishery. The GAP continues to recommend that any future TRT meetings or processes be open and transparent with the early and often communication to all stakeholders. The TRT process could learn a lot from the council process on how to allow stakeholders to participate more meaningfully.
Thank you. Any questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, but just wanted to express appreciation to Mr. Lapham and Mr. Ibach and all the other people who took another week at a hotel room meeting to work on this, as well as all of the pre-calls and the webinars, et cetera. It's been a yeoman's job, and just really appreciate how actively engaged you all have been in trying to find solutions as we move forward. So just a thank you.
Thanks. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hassemer. Echoing Lynn's compliments to you two. Just fantastic work there. In the gap statement, you mentioned wanted to raise the council's attention to the two distinct population segments, and I wanted to just give a little more flavor to us as far as what that situation is, and just kind of inform us maybe as far as why you're recommending that.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Pettinger, for the question. This is just one example of an area of information feeding into the TRT process that deserves a lot of attention, consideration, and further analysis. I'd say that there was not a similarity in opinions around the table at the TRT on this issue and why it might be a problem, but we were all in agreement that it deserves, whether we're a whale scientist, a fisherman, or other interested party, that it deserves a fleshing out, because there isn't at this point a way to accurately distinguish between the populations, and having the two distinct populations, it gets us to the point where it's prohibitive and restrictive. For an example, the PBR calculation with the smaller population that hasn't grown is factored on a 0.1, and the population that is growing is factored on a 0.5. So you essentially get 1/5 of the take that you would if it wasn't a distinct population. I hope that covers the answer to the question.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent and Corey Niles. Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. And Poggy, I don't know if you're giving some testimony, but I'm just wondering if you could tell us what are the next steps on the guidance being developed. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Lent. I just asked in the break, hey, how do we get this going? And so we're not gonna give up, or not, we're gonna keep the ball rolling. And my impression is that it'll come through Sustainable Fisheries Division, and hopefully be a collaboration with PRD, because they will be the ones that are in charge of the TRT kind of recommendations.
Thanks. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. Just maybe a comment and for reaction on your, and I'm appreciating your, having witnessed it, appreciating your mention of the enforcement consultants. But I don't think anyone mentioned well, they might have, and I didn't hear it, but that Chris German was part of the team, not all the supporting team, but wasn't able to be there because the Coast Guard is furloughed. But I don't know that that was ever acknowledged. But I'm thinking you guys didn't realize that either. But do you think it would be fine if Chris was there, able to engage like the NIM staff versus just actually being on the TRT? Okay.
Yeah, if I may, just having an enforcement consultant in the room to help us conceptualize how a management measure would be enforced is absolutely necessary when you're coming up with management measures. I think we can all agree on that. And so that's just what we really felt was lacking. And so I'm sure he could have filled that role.
Thanks, Mike. I guess without you just triggered another memory about you were asking for more enforcement, and can you maybe elaborate on what you said, like what you see the important? I think you you're remembering what you said, but I can elaborate if you.
Sure. It's something that we never generally culturally want to do as a fisherman, to ask for more enforcement, but that's not because we're not following the rules. It's just because we're trying to be efficient and go on about our day. In a situation like the TRT, I feel like that counts against us, because there are rules that may not be followed to the letter, and that impression is present with other members of the TRT at the table, and therefore the feeling is that if they give us harder rules, then they will get more compliance. I don't know if I'm conveying the thought correctly. If you have a different memory, I'd turn back to you.
Yeah, thanks. And truly not meaning to put words in your mouth, but I think what resonated with me, what you said is you mentioned your boat had never been checked, but you kind of wished it had, and because it brings credibility to what you all have done. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. And I just want to say it was a privilege to sit with you last week and work what felt like much more than, a week. But I just want to ask a question about the paragraph you have in your report relative to the on-demand gear. And I'm just curious, in the gap room and the discussion, was there more, just a little bit more meat on the bones here about how that was received in the gap in terms of testing or exploring on-demand gear and how we would go about that? And to be fair, to give the context, last week at the TRT, there was a lot of discussion about how do we regulate that? We should put it into regulation. There is no way to do that because we're still in testing phase. So I'm just curious what a little bit more of the discussion in the gap room. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. There's been a lot of discussion about on-demand gear, pop-up gear recently. Quite a bit in other fisheries as well. It's being tested extensively on the East Coast. It's being utilized and now tested in the Dungeness crab fishery as well. I truly believe that there is, a time and a place where pop-up gear can be useful, but it's also not in my opinion, a blanket solution to all vertical line fisheries issues with entanglements. The technology does not exist whatsoever for fishing deeper. I believe that in the presentation that they gave us from East Coast deepwater lobster fishery, it was 260 sets, most of which were around the 100 fathom area, and they had a 70% success rate. And they had tested 3 times in 200 fathoms and with a 33% success rate. When asked about how much lost gear had been encountered through testing, they had actually not provided an answer to that. And so I think that fishermen are not necessarily reluctant to not use it because it's something new or different. It's just that in this situation, the technology just truly does not exist.
Thanks. Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Poggy and Harrison. Just because it came up in discussion, I thought maybe clarify real quick on the paragraph on the enforcement consultants. It was not there at the meeting, as you all know, but I'm wondering perhaps it wasn't communicated that there was an OLE staffer on tap to come and they had a family emergency. Did that not come through to everyone? Okay. Yeah, I think in general, I appreciate that. That flag, I think absolutely we agree enforcement should be included, and enforcement was included, and it was just an unfortunate circumstance about the person intending to participate. So,
Thank you. Other questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Seeing none, then thank you both. And thank you, too, for participating in that process.
Thank you.
That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. I do not see any. That's been confirmed. So it takes us to our council task, which is just no decisions here, but any discussion, comment, or recommendations? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Asmer. Dealing with the 2 distinct population segments, I thought it was interesting that I think it was the Mexican population is growing at like 8% a year or something like that, and the Central American one is growing about maybe 1% a year, and it's kind of if they're supposedly almost virtually identical, well, genetically they are. Why that is, what's the difference there? And it seems to me that the Central American population is having to swim through Central American waters and Mexican waters to get to us. And I'm kind of wondering what the ship traffic coming through the Panama Canal is doing to the whale population. I think it'd be interesting to have some more information on what that is, because it seems to me that if that is the issue, then U.S. fishermen are basically bearing the brunt of bad practices or issues outside our waters. And I think it'd be interesting to ask for more information in that arena, see what's going on there. If we're going to split them up, then let's at least understand what's going on there. I think that'd be my thoughts on that matter, what the threats are. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just offer up a couple of observations. Day one, I sat around the table with 26 people, and I thought, how on earth are we going to come to any kind of set of cohesive take reduction plan that's going to work in 4 days? And we did by the end of 4 days. But I think a few things that worked really well was it was really important to have a wide and diverse set of folks around the table. And that was a big strength for people who do a lot more whale work and entanglement work in other parts of the world, which was great. Things that didn't seem to work so great was the fact that there wasn't a lot of recognition for how technically complex the groundfish fishery is off the West Coast. And there was a lot of negotiating about not just to the point of not having an enforcement consultant, but not understanding how there's a lot of unintended consequences when you just throw an idea out there like, let's put this in reg without it being tested, without it being understood. So there was definitely a big push and pull there that I think ultimately balanced out. So I just want to again express my gratitude for everyone around the table. A lot of different ideas, a lot of different innovative thinking, a lot of different diverse opinions, and we still managed to cross the finish line with consensus. So I guess if this TRT were to be reconvened again for any reason, such as hitting the trigger points or exceeding our limits, I think it was very valuable for this body to come back and think about who we put forward and who should represent in a way that can carry it on into the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion or comments? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Caroline. Yeah, I think if Heather was here, I think she'd want us to. I'll start off by saying I think it was the fishermen that made this work, and it wasn't just starting when the TRT started. It was all the work that was put into before it happened, and yeah, I think Rebecca mentioned it, but I think the facilitators who do these things over the country, like they wanted to take our folks with them to the other TRTs to show how it could work. And it goes back, I can remember Bob Alverson and the people he represents bringing these ideas a long time ago to the councils, some of these ideas to the council's groundfish endangered work group. I got that name wrong. But so this fleet has been really proactive, and I think that's what made it work. Yeah, so thanks to all. It was a lot of time, and a lot of time for those who get paid to do this kind of thing. So that was a lot of time from the fleet, and lots of webinars, and also, yeah, I think it was thanks. Luckily, we had Jesse there from council staff, and we had Gretchen from NIMS, and I think they floated this block area closure idea that kind of got the non PFMC people kind of closer to consensus. So it was really valuable to have them. And I just if I go on too long here, I'm going to start to get negative. But I mean, in this constructive, I think it was the council culture that made that work. And it, like Caroline said, the way that you would not do fishing regulations the way they set up one meeting and you have 3.5 days to decide something without any kind of analysis of trade-offs or unintended consequences. So yeah, I think that process we learned from that process. That process has a lot to learn from this process, and I think they did. And they saw how well everyone worked together. And yeah, I won't go on much longer here, but also want to. I think it was Keeley and the region who also pushed the council to get ahead of this and work on it. Maggie Summer put a lot of time into making this work, and then all the stuff we don't see behind the scenes and getting the proposed rule published just before the TRT started. I think that really helped. So it really was. I think well, I shouldn't say this. I don't know if we've ever seen everyone in this process on the same page as much as it was on this issue, but it was a lot of work in the years going up to it that made it work. And yeah, Caroline said a lot of nice things about the process that I would echo, but yeah, I think I'm left with all the more appreciation for how we do things here at this council.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Guidance on this? I don't see any hands. I'll ask Jesse how we've done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you have completed your task for today, so I think you can conclude this item.
All right, thank you very much. That'll close out this agenda item. And while there's a quick change of seats here, I will pass the virtual gavel to Vice Chair Smith to pick it up when he thinks everybody's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, quite a bit of movement. Grab the children and make some popcorn at salmon time. So we'll get started here real soon. Got a few notables. We have Marcy back in the California seat. We have John North, I believe, there, and Susan's back at the table. And Sheila Lynch is pulling double duty, so she's still at the table as the general counsel, so that's good. And then, like always, Angela has quite the following. Another capacity crowd she brought in with her, so I guess we need to, if we got critical mass, we can take it away, Angela.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D1, the first salmon agenda item of the week. This is the National Marine Fisheries Service report. Under this agenda item, the National Marine Fisheries Service will briefly report on any recent developments related to salmon fisheries and issues of interest to the Council. You do not have any advisory body reports submitted under this agenda item, but you do have 2 public comments signed up. And your council task under this item is to just discuss the NMFS report as appropriate.
Okay, any questions of Angela? Okay. Susan? Looks like you're up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be reading from Supplemental NMFS Report 1, Agenda Item D1A. This is really just a progress update on a process that we put in place a couple of years ago that originated from a biological opinion that we completed in 2012. So in 2012, NMFS consulted on a harvest management framework for Lower Columbia River Tule Fall Chinook that the council had recommended to NMFS. It's an abundance-based management regime, and part of the biological opinion recommendations or requirements was to review the framework, the performance of the framework every 3 to 5 years in order to assess the key assumptions and expectations used in the derivation of the matrix and its performance. And so the last time we did that was 2024. And in the 2024 performance review, we concluded that fisheries managed under the matrix continued to be consistent with the outcomes and expectations of the biological opinion. In prior reviews, NMFS had determined that data were insufficient for forecasting abundance of Lower Columbia River natural tules themselves and use a hatchery surrogate to do so. But in the biological opinion, we also recommended continuing to examine the forecast methods, the relationship between the hatchery surrogate and the natural origin fish, and population-specific information used in the risk analysis. So consistent with this expectation in its 2024 review, NIMS recommended an evaluation of whether sufficient data exists to forecast a lower Columbia River natural Thule Chinook, and if so, an assessment of the accuracy of such forecasts and the feasibility of producing them in a time and manner that would be informative for managing fisheries. So not only do the data exist, but could we do this in a way that would be informative to annual management? Secondly, the available information indicates that lower river hatchery abundance remains a suitable surrogate for natural origin lower Columbia River Thule abundance going forward. So if there's insufficient information to forecast the natural origin component itself, or if you wouldn't be able to do that in a time frame that was useful for management, then would the hatchery fish continue to be a good surrogate to represent the wild fish? The evaluation must be completed in time to inform the next periodic review of the matrix and to inform related issues in other fishery management forums. A general work plan and timeline for this evaluation was presented to the Council in March 2024, and then there's a reference or a link to that report. So this is a progress report. On that report, in the 2025 report, the states had outlined sort of a series of 4 steps that would be taken. The first step is to formulate a work group to do the work. And I'm happy to report that Oregon and Washington staff did form a work group to review the data and explore the feasibility of developing lower Columbia River Thule Fall Chinook Natural Origin Index consistent with state step 1. And you'll see that graphic at the very end of the document that sort of lays out those 4 steps. Work group members are listed here. They're a combination of state and tribal or state folks from Oregon and Washington. The work group has committed to performing this analysis over the course of the next year, particularly through the summer, consistent with the actions and timelines outlined in the 2025 report, and will provide a summary of this feasibility analysis to the Council next April, so April of 2027. The NIMS will continue to coordinate with the work group through periodic check-ins and check-in with the Council as appropriate. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions of Susan? Complete report, no questions. Thank you. And I believe we have some public comment. Is that correct? Like we have Mr. James Whitehill remotely. Is he online? Not there. And then we have Ed McCormick online. Is he there? Well, apparently we're 100% of people not being here. So, any other council discussion on this? I think anything's changed since Susan's report. So, Angela, have we completed our tasks on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have completed your tasks under this agenda item.
Okay. All right. Well, I think right now we'll take a smidgen of a break in honor of my friend Asia, who's home recovering. We'll take a 12-minute break. All righty, if we get back to our seats, we'll get going here. Okay. Angela, tell us what we're looking to do.
This is agenda item D2, tentative adoption of 2026 management measures for analysis. So at your March meeting, the council adopted 3 salmon management alternatives, which were published in preseason report 2 and subsequently sent out for public review. There were 3 public council hosted public hearings that were held in Washington, Oregon, and California, and summaries of these hearings will be provided under this agenda item. Under this item, you are also scheduled to narrow the management alternatives to a single alternative for the STT to analyze, and to allow for an adequate analysis before final adoption at the end of this meeting. The tentatively adopted recommendations should resolve any outstanding conflicts and be as close as possible to the final management measures. Agreements by outside parties, such as the North of Falcon Forum, to be incorporated into the Council's management recommendations must be presented to the Council prior to adoption of the tentative options. And procedure also stipulates any new alternatives or analysis must be reviewed by the STT and public prior to Council's final adoption. Management measures considered for adoption that deviate from the Salmon Fishery Management Plan objectives will require implementation by emergency rule. And if emergency rule appears necessary, the Council must clearly identify and justify the need for such an action consistent with the criteria established by the Council and National Marine Fisheries Service, and that is outlined in attachments 1 and 2. This STT is scheduled to come back to the Council tomorrow under agenda item D4 to provide an analysis of the tentative management measures and receive additional Council guidance as necessary. So under this agenda item, in addition to the attachments I've already noted, you do have 2 reports from the Salmon Technical Team. One is that updated estimate of impacts from the 3 alternatives that we left March with, as well as a report on the Klamath River Fall Chinook de minimis exploitation rate. You do have the 3 hearing summaries from each coastal state. And there is also a supplemental report related to the Pacific Salmon Commission model calibration. As far as advisory body reports go, you have 1 tribal report from the Columbia River Treaty Tribes, a report from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and a report from the Colville Tribes. There are 2 individuals signed up to provide public comment to the Council. And then your tasks are to consider input from the public hearings, the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and any other reports or public comments on the ocean fishery management alternatives adopted for public review in March of 2026, and then to adopt for STT analysis tentative 2026 ocean salmon management measures.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions of Angela on what we're doing? All right. First up is Dr. Michael Farrow and John Carey. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll kick things off here and going to be referring to agenda item D2A supplemental STT report 1. Update on estimated impacts of March 2026 alternatives for ocean salmon fishery management measures. The intent of this report is just to provide the Council with an updates to modeling efforts that have occurred since we left the Council meeting back in March. The updates that have occurred are to the Chinook and Coho FRAM modeling. For both of those, we have incorporated, or there have been updates incorporated to account for Canadian and Alaskan fishery updates on Chinook FRAM and Canadian and Oregon coastal forecasts for 2026, which weren't available back in March. And inside Puget Sound, we have 2026 proposed initial fisheries in there for both Chinook and Coho. On the Coho side, we also have updated Canadian forecasts and inputs. And just one note that on the Washington coast, we do not yet have 2026 fishery inputs in there for Coho yet. One other thing to update the council on is that the STT received a notification from the Washington State co-managers that they've come to an agreement to change the Chinook Fram base period exploitation rates for the Puget Sound Area 8D non-treaty sport fishery to better represent the stock impacts in that fishery. The understanding is that this is for a 2026 preseason only, and the co-managers will revisit this in more detail after the preseason process. When the STT received this information, we reviewed it and determined that it didn't meet the needs for a formal methodology review, but we did review it within the STT and notified the SSC yesterday, and per the terms of COP 15, would like to notify the council of that now, and our intent is to include the co-manager documentation as an appendix in pre-3 when we publish that report. And we support the change that the co-managers have made. So moving on to the report, we'll go through things quickly. This is the standard Table 5 and Table 7 that the STT reports on. It's been updated to include the Puget Sound and Washington coastal stocks as well. So on page 1, you have Puget Sound Chinook stocks, and there's, as you can see, a number of bolded stocks there, which is kind of normal, I think, at this point in the process. There's still some work to do there. Moving on to page 2, there's only one stock that's bolded there, and that's the Columbia Lower River Natural Tules. And those are exceeding their 41% limit in alternatives 1 and alternative 2 is currently. Moving on to page 3, these are the California stocks, and there have been no changes to the modeling there since March. And then on page 4, we have the coho stocks, and currently we have the Snohomish stock exceeding its limits in all 3 alternatives, and Lower Columbia River Natural Coho exceeding in alternative 1. And I believe that's it. The next 2 pages show the fishery breakdown of impacts on LCN coho, OCN coho, Lower Columbia River Natural Tules, and the 4 Sonk coho populations. I think I will leave it at that.
Any questions of John? Looks like you gave a complete report, John. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell, Dr. O'Farrell, are you next?
Yes, I could be next if you like. I will be referring to Agenda Item D2A, Supplemental STT Report Number 2, Salmon Technical Team Report on the 2026 Klamath River Fall Chinook de minimis exploitation rate. For 2026, the Klamath River Fall Chinook harvest control rules specified a de minimis maximum allowable exploitation rate of 25%. The Salmon Fishery Management Plan requires consideration of several factors when implementing de minimis exploitation rates. From the Salmon FMP, it says, when recommending an allowable de minimis exploitation rate in a given year, the Council shall also consider the following circumstances: the potential for critically low natural spawner abundance, including considerations for substocks that may fall below crucial genetic thresholds, spawner abundance levels in recent years, the status of commingled stocks, indicators of marine and freshwater environmental conditions, minimal needs for tribal fisheries, whether the stock is currently in an approaching an overfished condition, whether the stock is currently overfished, and other considerations as appropriate. The Salmon Technical Team has assessed these circumstances with the exception of minimal needs for tribal fisheries. Number 1, potential for low spawner abundance. The potential for critically low natural spawner abundance could be considered high. The 2026 minimum natural area adult spawner escapement of 30,143 natural area adults is lower than the minimum stock size threshold, which is 30,525, and SMSY, which is 40,700 natural area adult spawners. A natural area adult escapement of 30,143 adults would represent the 18th lowest value over the past 48 years. Substocks. To assess the potential for critically low abundance of substocks, a statistical model included as Appendix D was applied to historical run size data to assess the probability that escapement to either the Salmon, Scott, or Shasta rivers would fall below 720 adults, giving a total basin-wide natural area escapement of 30,143 in 2026. The 720 adult escapement threshold for these substocks was based on effective population size considerations. An application of the model suggested that at least one of the substocks would fall below the 720 adult threshold with a probability of 22.8%. Recent spawner abundance. The natural area adult spawner escapement has been lower than the MSST in 8 of the last 10 years and 3 of the last 5 years. The 2026 forecast of natural area adult spawners in the absence of fishing is 40,191 adults, which is lower than SMSY and higher than the MSST. If fishing seasons are structured such that the maximum allowable exploitation rate of 25% is met, the natural area adult spawner expectation would be 30,143, which is lower than the SMSY and MSST. Commingled stocks. With regard to commingled stocks, Song Coho have a low abundance forecast and are likely to constrain 2026 ocean fisheries in California and Oregon. Indicators of marine and freshwater environmental conditions. The 2025-2026 California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Ecosystem Status Report provides indicator-based outlooks for KRFC for 2026 and 2027 return years. The indicator-based outlook is consistent with low returns in 2026 and 2027. Appendix J3 in the CCIEA report provides more detailed information on the habitat indicators relevant to 2026 and 2027 return years. Approaching an overfish condition. Klamath River Fall Chinook do not meet the criteria for at risk of approaching an overfish condition. Overfish status. Klamath River Fall Chinook were declared overfished following the 2017 escapement. KRFC now meet the criteria for not overfished rebuilding in 2026. And this statement ends with a reference to the methods that were used, or let's see here, the Amendment 15 methods that were used to look at the substocks portion of this analysis. That concludes our statement.
Okay, any questions of Dr. O'Farrell? Corey.
Thanks, Dr. O'Farrell. My question's regarding the section on substocks, and the last sentence says, application of the model suggested that at least one of the substocks would fall below the 720 adult threshold with a probability of 22.8%. You'll have to pardon my ignorance of understanding how this works. Is it any of those substocks? Which substock is it? How should we be thinking of that?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, or Mr. Vice Chair. Right. Okay. Is your question with regard to which particular substocks that we're?
Yeah, correct me if I might have misunderstood it, which is why I'm asking for some clarification. But it talks earlier about the Salmon, Scott, and Shasta rivers. Yes. And I assume those were the substocks you were talking about. Maybe I misunderstood that. So I'm just asking for some clarification. If it's in reference to kind of all those three together, there's that probability, or one of the three, or which of the three?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification there. It's with regard to any one stock getting below this critical threshold. And so, we look at three separate stocks, and we report out whether or not which ones actually would be below the critical threshold.
Sorry to be dense. So it could essentially be any of those three.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All righty. Thank you, gentlemen. Now we'll move into the summary of the public hearings, and we'll go north to south. Kyle, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be speaking to agenda item D2B, the supplemental public hearing report 1. I won't read the whole report. I'll try to hit the highlights. The public hearing focused on Washington State alternatives was held in Westport on the evening of Monday, March 23rd. Representatives included myself. I served as the hearing officer. Vice Chair Smith was also in attendance. Susan Bishop from NOAA, Angela Forrestal from the council staff, and Kyle Vandegraff from the Salmon technical team. The Coast Guard was not able to send a representative due to the partial government shutdown. We had around 37 participants. 7 of those gave public testimony that night. I provided some opening remarks on just the background and on high level of view of the forecast for this season. Mr. Vandegraff reviewed the alternatives for both the commercial and recreational salmon seasons in some detail. As I said, we had 7 people provide public comment, 4 representing the commercial troll fishery and 3 representing the sport fishery. Overlying theme was preference for alternative 1 for both the commercial and recreational fisheries. The president of the Washington Trollers supported the non-treaty total allowable TACs from alternative 1 and the season structure in alternative 1, or as close as we could get to those while meeting all of our conservation requirements. They also supported incidental Pacific halibut provisions under option 1, which specify a 35 fish trip limit. They expressed a preference for fishery shaping, time and area adjustments over quota reductions if needed, and emphasized the value of in-season management tools. They noted that Lower Columbia natural Thule Chinook will probably be a constraint for ocean and Columbia River fisheries, and requested that allowable impacts be shifted back towards ocean fisheries where possible, consistent with historic sharing. They also noted that we were awaiting information at that point from northern fisheries and that could change the outlook as we move into the April meeting. They emphasized the strong economic impacts of the spring fishery when demand for hook and line caught salmon is highest and market prices are higher, and a preference for the majority of the Chinook quota to be available during that spring fishery. 2 other troll representatives testified. Consistent through all the troll testimony was references to the multi-generation fishing families that participate in the troll fishery and the importance of having a consistent and economically viable fishery if that's to continue, and we're going to continue to attract younger participants to the fishery. Moving on to recreational fishery, we had 3 people testify. A representative of the West Boat Charter Boat Association provided a background on the associated and noted that the charter sector served over 20,000 anglers last year. He highlighted the pride that the association takes in collaborating with other fishing fleets to try to get to balanced seasons and fair allocation. He highlighted the constraints on Puget Sound fisheries due to the poor status of Chinook in Puget Sound, and stressed the importance of stable, predictable seasons to coastal communities, noting that in-season disruptions harm the businesses and their customers. He also encouraged a fair sharing of impacts between inside and ocean fisheries and looking at a sharing that approaches a historic average. He also referenced that we still had unknowns from our northern fisheries, but in general that alternative 1 supports a mid-June through September season, while alternative 3 could reduce opportunity and cause economic hardship. Another West Boat charter operator testified in support of the Charter Boat Association representatives' comments, and again pointed at long, well-managed salmon seasons that not just help with the salmon seasons, they help sustain other sport fisheries in coastal communities and benefit the broader community. Finally, a representative of the Puget Sound anglers testified that he had received feedback from anglers in Washington Marine Areas 2, 3, and 4, the Westport, La Push, and Nia Bay subareas, that were supportive of the season structure in Alternative 2, but with the quotas from Alternative 1. For the Columbia River or Oahu subarea, he had heard requests for consideration of an additional option that featured a Chinook-only season in late June and early July, similar to the structure proposed for Westport under Alternative 2. and consideration of a 5-day per week salmon season if quotas dropped as low as what's in Alternative 3. I closed the hearing by reminding people of the remaining meetings in the North of Falcon Forum, as well as this meeting of the council, reminded them of the electronic portal they could supply comments through until earlier this week. As they have always been, the community was thankful that the council would host a meeting out there and that the representatives traveled out to meet in their community, and it was all in all a very positive meeting.
Thanks, Kyle. Any questions for Kyle? Okay, John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll kind of summarize the information that's in D2B Supplemental Public Hearing Report 2 for the Oregon public hearing. At our meeting, we held that in Newport and online on March 24th. I was the council representative at the meeting. We also had Ms. Shannon Penna online as our NIMS representative, and then in person we had Ms. Angela Forrestal for council staff and Ms. Cassie Lehman from the STT, and we also had several of our ODFW salmon staff on hand. U.S. Coast Guard was unable to attend. Total attendance was around 51 people, including staff and SAS representatives. Two of those representatives, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Alto, and I gave up some opening remarks and comments, background, describing the challenges and stipulations we had to work within this year. After that, Ms. Lehman went through the 3 alternatives for the Oregon commercial and recreational alternatives coming out of March. We then had 12 people provide testimony, 5 on the commercial alternative, 7 on the recreational. On the commercial testimony, the alternative 1 was most often supported, but there were suggestions to blend and modify the alternatives as well. On the rec side, alternative 1 was preferred, but there again we had some minor modifications suggested in terms of start and end dates for the market selective coho season. Overall, I thought the meeting went pretty well. It was our first attempt at a hybrid hearing, which worked, well enough, and it provided for much improved participation. It was difficult to hear some of the online folks, especially for me, because I don't have very good hearing, so that was a challenge. But everyone was cordial, and we got some valuable feedback, and even had time to answer multiple questions. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. North. Any questions for Mr. North? All righty. It looks at the placement of where we are on the coast. It looks like Corey, you're up.
Thanks, Vice. Around 70 participants attended the hearing in Santa Rosa. It included Ms. Shannon Penna from NIMS, Ms. Robin Elke as council staff, and Ms. Candace Morgenstern from the STT, as well as Marcy Remco and myself. There were a total of 18 participants that provided testimony, including 5 commenting primarily on the commercial troll fishery and 11 commenting on the sport and charter fishery. Many participants voiced concern over salmon stock abundances, new in-season management measures, and caps on harvest, viability of the conservation objective for California coastal Chinook, and uncertainty in measuring effects of the Klamath River dam removals, and the economic devastation of California ocean salmon fisheries in the recent years. The trawlers voiced deep frustrations with the reduced fishing days, harvest limits, and low weekly landing limits in the range of alternatives, stating that it does not provide enough opportunity to be profitable. The trawlers spoke to the high price of fuel, crew wages, and other operating costs it takes to participate. It was also noted that landing limits affect boat operators differently based on the size of the vessel. Larger boats have higher operating costs and more deckhands than smaller vessels, so profitability is not the same across the fleet. The economic impact from the fishery closures for the past 3 years have devastated businesses and the harbors that support salmon fishery operations. The trawlers strongly urge the council to take action that would help the industry survive. A few of the trawlers said that alternative 2 was preferable over alternatives 1 and 3 but no alternatives provided a season that would be economically viable. There was a strong showing from charter boat operators, mainly from the San Francisco and Monterey management areas. Testimony was unified and supported a hybrid of alternatives 3 and 1 by adding the fall fishery and alternative 1 to alternative 3. The range of alternatives are very limited again in 2026, especially compared to past years. Appreciation was expressed for the opportunity provided in the 2025 season, and even though it was limited, the economic boost to the local ports and businesses benefited coastal communities. Many of the participants supported the sport fishing community, also voiced support for the trawl fishers, stating that the trawl fleet needs a viable salmon season in order to survive. Testimony also included comments on the accuracy of salmon abundance forecasts and harvest models, the need for improved river habitat, and adequate data collection in the Klamath River since dam removal. Several questions were raised about the viability of age 4 Klamath River fall Chinook surrogate used in the conservation objective for California coastal Chinook, noting significant changes in hatchery practice for Klamath Fall Chinook, as well as significant changes in habitat for the Klamath and Eel River basins. Organizations included the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association, PCFFA, Clipper Yacht Harbor, and North Coast Rivers Alliance.
Thank you, Corey. Any questions of Corey? Okay. Thank you. Very nice reports. Next is Mr. Phil Anderson on PSC. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. My name is Phil Anderson. I'm chairman of the Pacific Salmon Commission. And just following up on my report that I provided you back in March, when I concluded that report, I said I'd be back in April with a report on the work of our Chinook Technical Committee. You do have the report in your briefing material under agenda item D2C, supplemental PSC CTC report 1. On March 31st, the commission received our memo from the Chinook Technical Committee. John Kerry, one of the U.S. vice chairs, as well as David Leonard, the other vice chair from Alaska Department of Fish and Game. We're really fortunate to have John Kerry serve both on the Chinook Technical Committee as well as the STT here in the council process. The memo provides the Chinook Technical Committee's estimates of abundance indices from the completed 2026 calibration of the Pacific Salmon Commission Chinook model. The calibration provides the 2026 preseason abundance indices for determining the preseason annual catch limits for the Southeast Alaska, Northern British Columbia, and the west coast of Vancouver Island aggregate abundance-based management areas. The CTC noted in their memo that the postseason abundance indices for 2025 are higher than the preseason AIs for SEAC, or Southeast Alaska Troll, or Southeast Alaska and the Northern BC, but closely aligned with the preseason AIs for the west coast of Vancouver Island. You'll find a couple of tables on page 2 of that report. That top table shows you what the abundance index was or is, along with what the annual catch limit is for 2026. You'll see that the Southeast Alaska has an annual catch limit of 207,400, Northern British Columbia 164.6, and the west coast of Vancouver Island at 119.8. You're able to compare those with the values that came out of last year's preseason calculations. So you can see that Southeast Alaska is going from 133,500 up to the 207.4. There's little bit of an increase in northern BC from 141.7 up to 164.6. And west coast of Vancouver Island's about relatively the same, up a touch from 114.5 up to 119.8. You also have the benefit of looking at what the postseason calculation was for the abundance index and the annual catch limits. I'll let you look at those for yourself and read them. The result of all this, relative to the modeling that came out of your March meeting, I suspect the overall exploitation rates for some of our stocks will increase as a result of some increases to the north. Conversely, some of our exploitation rates that are just specific to the southern U.S. Will likely go down a small amount. As I noted in March, all 8 of our chapters in what we call Annex 4 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty will expire on December of 2028. The U.S. section is busy in preparing ourselves for the process for chapter renewal, and we plan our first bilateral meeting with the Canadians concerning renewal of those chapters at the end of August. Mr. Vice Chairman, that completes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions of Phil? John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the report, Mr. Anderson. I just have one question. Looking at Table B, it looks like the fisheries didn't harvest either their pre or postseason ACL last year. I was just wondering if something limited access to that, or just the fisheries didn't perform up to expectations.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a different situation for each one of those. Ms. Evanson, of course, is the one that could speak most specifically to the SEAC fishery, the Southeast Alaska. But you can see their annual catch limit was set at 133.5. They're at 128,609, so came pretty close. And I'll let Danny weigh in here in just a sec. Northern BC, on the other hand, the Canadians have a number of stocks of concern that originate in their waters, and as a result, they oftentimes do not take their quota for that area, and this past year was no exception. A little bit different story for west coast of Vancouver Island, where they did come within 10,000 of their 114,500 quota. So, I mean, at least in the fishery management world, both Southeast Alaska and WCVI are pretty close, but the exception, as you note, is northern BC, and that's primarily as a result of the Canadians' concerns for some of the stocks that originate in their waters and not wanting to have a higher impact on those in this particular fishery, and that's the primary reason for that.
Thank you.
Dave?
He answered my question. Thank you.
Anyone else? Annie, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mr. Anderson. I'll just add a little finer point on Mr. North's question and Mr. Anderson's response regarding Southeast Alaska. Last year was our lowest catch limit on record. We were extremely conservative with our fishery. There are SWIFT penalties when we have overages to our treaty limits. Not only did we go down to a 1 fish bag limit for non-resident anglers, we closed to non-resident anglers in the month of July. CPUEs were extraordinarily high in the early part of the season for such a low catch limit. There was that, and then in the August troll fishery, we went down to a trip limit fishery, essentially an IFQ, allowing retention of a certain number of Chinook while the fleet was targeting coho to keep as close reins on it as we can. On top of all that, walking into the season, The commissioner withheld 2% of the allowable treaty catch limit to the fleets to avoid us going over for those reasons. We also have to be compliant with ESA on top of that, and meeting those treaty obligations is part of that. With that said, I will note, given this catch limit, we will also have a one fish non-resident daily bag limit for our, non-resident anglers in our sport fishery. I just say that to put it on the record because a lot of folks from council area fisheries come up into Southeast Alaska in the summer and hang their shingle. We don't require registration fees, so it's fairly easy for them to do that. So might be something to keep in mind as you configure your seasons and your limits, that you will have more harvest pressure and it will be less spread out up north. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Phil. All righty, we're going to move now into, and just fair warning, John, Kyle, and Dave, you're all on my cheat sheet here. So I guess this is how the north of Falcon forms are doing, meaning probably Puget Sound River and coastal creeks. So Kyle, I'll let you start off.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Since the March Council meeting, WDFW has hosted another long series of public meetings to talk about state water fisheries that will need to align with council area fisheries to meet all of our conservation objectives. We saw some updated modeling from the STT earlier on this agenda item that shows we have Puget Sound stocks that aren't meeting their objectives under current modeling. Those are numbers we didn't have back in March. Northern fishery information is going to be incorporated in the next runs. We're continuing those meetings with the public through this week about state water fisheries, knowing that by the end of the week, we're going to have a full set from the rivers to the ocean to northern fisheries that meet all of our objectives. We've also had co-manager meetings over the past month to talk about state and tribal fisheries and our shared objectives there. So that work will continue throughout the week. We'll have updated model inputs for inside fisheries that will link up with any changes we make to council fisheries as we step through, with the objective of getting to a package that meets everything by the end of the council week on Sunday.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Kyle? All right. John, do you have anything to add to the mix? You don't have to, but if...
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I hadn't prepared anything, but we did have a Columbia River North Falcon meeting on April 2nd in Ridgefield at the Washington office. Had a pretty good turnout. Had constructive input on main stem Columbia seasons, both commercial and recreational. Had healthy breakout sessions, and that'll help fine tune, inside fisheries there this year. So,
okay, thanks. Any questions of John? Dave, do you have anything to add?
No, I really don't. I think Kyle covered most of where we're at right now.
Righty. Thank you, gentlemen. Shut myself off. Dave, you have any tribal reports?
Yes, I believe I have the Columbia River tribes have a report to present.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Good day, members of the council. My name is Chris Williams. I'm a member of the Fish and Wildlife Committee for the Umatilla Tribe, a commissioner with the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, and I'm here with Bruce Jim from Warren Springs Tribes, Judy Oatman from the Nez Perce Tribe, Wilbur Slotches from the Yakima Nation. I'm here to provide a testimony on behalf of the 4 Columbia River Treaty Tribes, the Yakima, Warren Springs, Umatilla, and Nez Perce Tribes. Our four tribe nations signed treaties with the United States in 1850s. As a sovereign nation in these treaties, we specifically retain the rights to hunt, fish, gather food throughout our usual and accustomed lands, which encompasses wide swaths of the Columbia Basin. These treaties were ratified by the United States Senate, and our rights have been upheld through the courts. As the Council begins to finalize the package of the 2026 ocean salmon fishing regulations, we have a few additional comments. During our last statement at the March meeting, we received a question regarding tribal concerns with marked selective fisheries that we did not adequately answer at the time. The tribal concerns with marked selective fisheries are comprised of several things. First, there is an uncertainty about the true release mortality rate on the fish released during the salmon fishing. It is very difficult to design studies to determine the appropriate release mortality rates to use. The actual mortality rates will be dependent on the level of injury to the fish, the time the fish spends on the hook, the size, the age, the health of the fish. Mortality rates likely are higher as fish make their transit to fresh water, especially into entry areas. Second, we are concerned about the possibilities of multiple encounters, especially with the increased numbers of marked selective fisheries in the ocean, mainstream tributary fisheries. If fish are held and released multiple times, their mortality rate could also increase. Third, marked selective fisheries can cause allocation shifts. As the magnitude of marked selective fisheries increase, more terminal full retention fisheries include our tribal fisheries will have higher harvest rates on the remaining natural origin fish because so many hatchery fish were removed prior to our fisheries. This has, in several cases, provided to be a complicated factor in managing our tribal fisheries to stay within the ESA impact limits. Fourth, marked selective fisheries have been in place in many cases for decades and have done nothing to help reduce overall fishery impacts on natural origin fish. They have only been implemented in ways to access more hatchery fish. These fisheries do nothing to restore natural fish runs. And finally, the tribes see fishing as the way to harvest fish for food and to meet our ceremonial and cultural needs. The idea of catching fish and then just throwing them back because you don't want to or not allowed to keep them just does not sit well with us. We don't understand why people want to manage fish this way. We think it would be better just to go out and catch and keep the fish you need for the food and then go home. We also want to reinforce to the Council how much the tribes have done to support and increase hatchery productions upstream of Bonneville hatcheries are necessary to migrate to impacts from the hydro system and other development. When the Columbia Basin salmon hatchery system was first developed, most of the production was downstream of Bonneville Dam, did not support tribal fisheries, and could not be used to supplement or rebuild natural runs. This was plenty discriminatory to the tribes because it just supported non-tribal or non-treaty fisheries. The tribes have long advocated for improvement to the hatchery system. The production to occur in the basins where impacted have occurred, and for hatcheries to support and reproduce and rebuild of natural runs. Producing fish upstream allows the fish to fill their creator-driven mandate to support the entire ecosystem. Through our work with the other U.S. and Oregon parties, we have over time reached agreements for annual releases targets of over 4.2 million upper Columbia summer Chinook, over 43.5 million fall Chinook, and 10 million coho upstreams of Bonneville Dam. The tribes manage and co-manage a number of hatcheries producing these fish. These fish support ocean, in-river, and tributary fisheries, as well as support a number of reproductions and rebuilding efforts. One of the most successful rebuilding efforts has been with the Snake River Fall Chinook. The run has been built up from the just 78 natural origin fish at the Lower Granite Dam in 1990 to natural origin returns averaging almost 8,000 per year in the last 5 years. Around 25 years ago, the Council sometimes had difficult concluding business at the end of April meeting because of the ocean fisheries struggled to meet the conservation limit for the Snake River Fall Chinook. These fish have not been a driver of ocean fisheries in many years. Other tribes continuously work with our co-managers to modernize and improve hatchery program, produce more fish, and fish better adapt to support our ongoing efforts to rebuild fish runs to full harvestable levels that support all of our needs. Thank you. Anything else?
Any questions of Mr. Williams? Okay. Next.
Yes, we have a real problem with the mark selected fisheries. Because in 1937, when the promise was made, these hatcheries would supplement and rebuild the runs that were lost. That was a promise by the federal government. Sometimes they don't do right by us. 90% of the time, it's for the sportsmen, commercial fishers. These hatcheries, when they got that marked, it means it's a hatchery fish and they can harvest on it. That's a problem that our people face. That is not helping to supplement and rebuild as was promised when Bonneville Dam was made. That was a promise made to my grandfather. My father lived through it waiting. Now it's my turn. And I'm still waiting for the rebuild instead of increased harvest using that mark selective fisheries. 100%. That is not supplement and rebuild. That is a means to increase harvest within the various areas that these salmon travel to. They have been altered and reprogrammed for these hatcheries. They're not in their natural element. They're not doing the job that they were given. The salmon were meant to feed the whole ecosystem, the people and the animals and the birds, the forest and the grass and all of the other elements that came back with these fish. They're not. They're not allowed to go back into the headwaters. The headwaters are destroyed. And we always wonder why the salmon aren't increasing. That is why, because they're not doing it. They're altered their behavior. So that's why we talk about mark selective, because it's not in our favor. Not one of those fish that should be, or when they're caught, oh, this is our fish. Our tax dollars pay for these. When they catch a wild one, oh, this is an Indian fish. They throw it back. How long they keep it out of the water, we don't know. So, that's a problem. I know that one lady asked that down in Sacramento, but I didn't hear her. So that's why I didn't say anything. But now I'm saying it now. They have so much power, the sports, commercial and industry. They had a law passed that all of the fish have to be marked. And again, that is not a means to supplement and rebuild. Congressman from Washington, Norm Dix, is the one that had that legislation passed. 100% marking. That is not in our favor, because when they catch in the ocean, in the lower river and upstream, and then when they get past us, again, to harvest. That is not allowing escapement to rebuild the salmon runs. That is why they're where they are at now, the low numbers. Because we keep putting these Band-Aids on it, not addressing the root problem of it. all of the industries that use water return it back polluted and warm. Salmon isn't a warm water fish. Steelhead are no warm water fish. They're a little more hardy than the salmon, though. So, you wonder why we talk about that, because that has not been fulfilled, the promises. There's a lot of the problems there that face, whether it's nuclear industry, the aluminum industry, farming, the pesticides and fertilizers and all of that's put in there, the pulp and paper industry. They all harm that water with their pollution. And it's a wonder we have the runs that we have now. And I know you know of this 1947 agreement when the colonel said, for the economic benefit of the Pacific Northwest, the salmon might have to be sacrificed. So look at that, and that's the way I feel that it is still ongoing. It's always the economic benefit of the Pacific Northwest. Now, we've got another problem. We're going to have hotter water with these data centers coming in. All for economic progress of somebody that doesn't live in that area. Those companies are from somewhere else. They come in, they pollute the water, and they're gone. All of a sudden, they're bankrupt. And they're gone somewhere else. And who has to pay the bill? Taxpayers. To try to clean that up. Even behind Bonneville Dam. How long has it been since that first the pollution there is on the Superfund site? And it's still waiting. All of the systems and that water, Willamette, the same thing. So, the Band-Aids, maintaining the status quo, let them be the same. When I catch that fish, when I catch him and I take him home, I'm a wealthy person. That is my feeling. That is my wealth, not the dollar. The salmon, he means that much to me. And for the first time in many years, Sunday I had my salmon feast ceremony. I had 2 20-pound salmon to feed my people. All I have had in the past was 10, 12-pound fish to feed 80, 90 people. Everybody got a nice big piece of the fish. And I hope that's a sign of the big fish recovering themselves, doing what they're supposed to do to grow, bringing back the nutrients. There's a lot of things there that you can be told, and I hope you're listening. Man, I was so proud and so happy when I saw those 2 fish caught. Very rarely have I seen in the springtime that size of fish. Because when they're coming up, sometimes they're intercepted before they get up to us. So think about that. It's not just overfishing. It's everything else that is connected to the water, all of the industries. Now, where I live, City of the Dells, gave half of their city water to Google. Now they want to take water from Mount Hood, pipe it over there for their data centers. So one of these times the water, there's a story about the water that you need to hear sometime of how it left and why it came back. Because a young man was abusing it by throwing rocks at it. So I hope that you understand that he said he'd come back one more time, and he's given the people a chance to not abuse it. Because he said if he goes this next time, he's not coming back. And what's going to happen to us? Water is the giver of all the life, whether it's fish, whether it's you. Cleanses your body, cleans your clothes, quenches your thirst, used in your cooking. But profit is more important. Science is going to fix it. I laugh at the science because it hasn't done anything. What have they solved? Nothing. We still have diseases. We still have all of the pollutants and all of the things there. So think about it. That's why we need to remember that promise, supplement and rebuild, not increase harvest. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Wilbur. Any questions of Wilbur?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Judy Oatman. I reside in Kamiah, Idaho, and I'm going to just put a little disclaimer out here. I didn't even know anything about this council really until I was asked to be here. And I'm honored to be here because not only am I a Nez Perce, I'm also a fisher person. And I've been fishing since I was real young. And I appreciate everybody here at the table for, their interest in the fish, all the fish, whether it's the salmon, steelhead, whatever the species, it all matters. It all matters. And as I'm sitting here, I agree with what my fellow commissioner said. Is it seems to me that profit does take precedent over the real need for our fish. I'm also a cook for the Nez Perce people. So when we have a ceremony, we need these fish. They're not just to put on a barbecue so we can entertain people. These are fish that we need. When we have a funeral, we feed up from 100 to 200, maybe even 300 people at a time. And salmon is part of that. And, recently, the Secretary Kennedy from the United States came to our homelands, and he was able to tour our hatchery. And I really appreciated what he said when he left, because he said that the salmon need to be at the top of the food chain because they are probably one of the most sacred foods we have, the salmon. So I appreciate everybody's efforts to try to protect, the fish and stuff. And I would just go back to the economy and looking at what we're doing to our environment. And I had a recent person tell me that they came here in 2000 and testified to you folks. His name was Justin Gould, and he was supposed to provide a 2-page testimony, but he ended up putting in 2 more pages that they didn't know about. And in that, he had asked, when are you going to look at breaching those 4 dams or breaching any of the dams that are causing this? So I'm hoping that, you listen to Mr. Slockish when he talks about, what's destroying these fish. Where is your advocacy to say, no more? These fish, once they're gone, they're not coming back. So I implore you to start looking at the ways that we can prevent any further desecration of these species by no more data centers, possibly breaching the dams, and looking at these, like say, the pesticides and even, the tires and everything that's out here that's killing our species. Because a lot of times I don't even know how much fish is safe to even eat. They're getting to that point that, do I even want to feed my family this fish? But that's not on the natives. That's not on any of us natives here. I've been on the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission not quite 2 years. And what I have seen them do and what I've seen their accomplishments is, it makes me really happy to know that there's an entity out here working as hard as they are to advocate for these waters and for the fish and for our environment, because it's huge. And that's all I have to add is, we need these fish for our people. And I appreciate sports fishing and stuff, because I have a lot of friends who sports fish and stuff. But again, we gave up 50%, but should we have? Maybe we should have retained 99%. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? All right.
I have a statement, Butch. You listen to us when we talk on there, and we're always taught to talk from the heart, from our elders that are all gone now. And now today, we are the elders. We can never put back the way things were or is. The ecosystem and stuff like that we ruined. Now we look at wildlife, deer, elk, antelopes, salmon. We've caused so much problems with Mother Nature, so much. And when that's brought up, the only thing that thinks about is, if I do this, I'm going to lose a lot of my income. That's what we try to stress to our younger people today. And it's very, very hard, because they think of the money that they can get for their product, same way as the commercial users, same way as ocean fisheries. When we talk about this stuff, to be very cautious, because we don't know what's going to be in the future. We don't know if the water's going to turn different. We don't know if there's going to be survival in the rivers to affect what we try to build up, which was not even our responsibility. The responsibility belonged to Fish and Wildlife, the government entities. Instead of that, the 4 tribes that you see here, the testimonies that you just heard, we're trying very hard, and it's something that we are not going to get over. I heard those words in March on Sacramento. I got very angry, on that and how I was going to approach that. But I remembered my grandfather's word. Don't talk in anger, talk stern. Otherwise, you're going to be like them and not make anything at all. When we talk about this salmon run, salmon harvest, and everything else, we try hard to do what we can, very hard, with the limited money that we get, with the supplies that we have. But you know, we do it for everybody. All these people that are sitting in this room benefits from the 4 tribes, 5 tribes hatcheries. It wouldn't hurt NOAA Fisheries, wouldn't hurt Fish and Wildlife Service to cut down on the market, because in our meeting 20 years ago, I heard my uncles talk about this. We are starting a new program with the government. When you catch salmon, we're going to cut the nose off, take scale, and then we'll put that in a book and send it to be accounted for. And a lot of us didn't like that because we used the whole fish. But he said, we'll do this for 5 years. I asked him why. So we can find the impacts on where our fish is being caught. So we'll know where to curtail that fishery. You know, that's a science that we should have paid attention to. You look at Alaska, you look at West Vancouver Island, you look at Straits of Juan de Fuca, you look at Washington coast, you look at Oregon coast, you look out there on top, how many salmon is caught, how much is accounted for. And the most part of that's important to me is how much of that fish was destined for Indian country. You know, that was promises, as Wilbur was saying, made by your people, made by your government entities, made by your presidents. We promise you will have more fish back than you had before. And that I'm not going to get over. I heard those words myself as a young boy. I look at this today, at our young people, my grandsons, nephews. You know, that I wonder, what am I leaving for them? We come from an age of very strong traditional values from our elders, very strong, about the salmon, about the deer, about the elk. And that was all important to us, about our foods. So we try to teach our younger people today about the first foods, because we told them the markets are not going to be there forever. Then what you going to do? You're not going to run to McDonald's. You're not going to run someplace to buy food. So that's why we kept our tradition strong. Sunday coming up, we're going to have our feast, blessing the salmon and praying that we have more fish coming back. It's a big, important ceremony for us, because not only the salmon, but what is grown in the ground, what is picked from bushes, what walks on 4 feet. All of that we give thanks for. It's our thanks given to the Creator and our people. So when you think about the seasons and everything on that, it's an opportunity for people to go out and make a living. And I use that word opportunity. Our way of life is guaranteed by the Treaty of the United States, but also by the Creator. So we have a strong law that we follow as best as we can and work with you guys as much as we can. remember 20 years back how much harsh words were spoken, how much harsh words was talked with the gill netters and trollers and guide services. Today, we've passed most of that. We've accomplished that much, all of us. So we better start learning to work together to conserve what's out there. I look at the numbers, 155,000. You know, that might be the production for the hatcheries, and it's caught. You go on and on, you know, but I'm going to save that for Monday. Thank you. I don't know if there's any questions or not.
Thank you. Any questions of any of the panelists? Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Not as much of a question, but I want to support what they're saying about the mark selective fisheries. All the tribes in the Northwest have been opposed to this approach to getting a Band-Aid, basically, is what Wilbur's saying, that we just don't believe it works. The ratios of wild to hatchery are always wrong. I mean, there's far more unclipped fish than we see clipped fish out there. It's just consistent. To the point where I've even had, you know, many sports fishermen and commercial fishermen approach me and say, why are we doing this? I just hate throwing all these fish away. And, you know, I'm supposed to get so many hatchery fish compared to the wild fish, and it just doesn't appear to be that way. So I think we're doing more harm than we're doing any good. We're spending a lot of money on all this hatchery clipping and putting the tags in. Like they said, the tags helped us understand where these fish are going and where they're being caught and at what rates. And that was valuable information we needed to know. This process of mark selective fishery, I believe, has just been a big waste of our time. We've never done a very good cost to benefit ratio, what it's costing us, where we're benefiting from it, and the tribes really understand there's no benefit to us. And then we are perceived as the people that get to catch the wild fish and nobody else is allowed to. It's a perception, but it's out there. And it just, you know, puts more pressure on us to have to deal with the public and maintain our fisheries. So I just wanted to support what they're saying with the Northwest tribes, and I even believe the Klamath and Yurok, on the Klamath, that they have the same problem, questions about mark selective fishery, and I hope we can get back to evaluating that and really looking at it to see, is it a benefit to anybody? Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Any other questions? Thank you very much for coming up and joining us. We'll see you throughout the week. And thank you, ma'am, for visiting us. Welcome anytime, of course. Nice to see you. So, all right. Yeah. Thank you. So are there any more reports? Dave, any more tribal reports?
No.
Okay. Just checking. All righty. So now I believe we have the SAS. Oh, what's that?
Is there, I believe I thought I saw a Colville report.
They will get to go at the proper time.
Oh, sorry.
So we don't get into issues that we don't want to get into. So we will recognize the Colville at the proper time. Any SAS?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Ryan Johnson, I'm the Troll Representative for Washington State. And with me are the Oregon and California State Representatives. Excuse me. And we'll provide the commercial portion of Table 1, and then, like, if it's all right with you, invite the recreational folks up after that. The overall non-Indian TAC is 115,000 Chinook and 125,000 marked coho with a healed adipose fin. The commercial troll TAC is 59,000 Chinook, 20,000 marked coho. A trade beam may be considered at this April meeting. Fisheries scheduled prior to May 16th, 2026. See the 2025 management measures, which are subject to in-season action, and the 2026 season description below. May 1 through 15, again subject to in-season action. May 16 through the earlier of June 29th, or 39,300 Chinook. Catch limits in place for the following areas. From the U.S.-Canada border to the Queets River, no more than 7,860 Chinook. Ledbetter to Falcon, no more than 5,890 Chinook. Landing and possession limits in place for the following areas. Landing limits will be evaluated weekly in season on a Thursday to Wednesday week. U.S.-Canada border to Queets River, 80 Chinook per vessel per landing week. Queets River to Ledbetter, 250 Chinook. Ledbetter to Falcon, 80 Chinook. Open 7 days per week. All salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size 27 inches. In 2027, the season will open May 1, consistent with all preseason regulations in place in this area and sub-areas during May 16 through June 29, 2026, including sub-area salmon guidelines, quotas, and weekly limits. This could be modified at March and April 2027 council meetings. Summer season, U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon, July 1 through the earlier of September 30th, or 19,700 Chinook, or 20,000 marked coho. Landing and possession limit of 50 marked coho per vessel per landing week, Thursday to Wednesday. Landing limits will be evaluated weekly in season. That would conclude the north of Falcon portion.
Any questions? Okay. Mr. Johnny Alto, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. John Alto, represent organ trollers on SAS. I'll be reading south of Cape Falcon, beginning with the area of Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. See 2025 management measures and 2026 in-season action. Fisheries prior to April 14th were closed via in-season action. The council seeking input to inform subsequent in-season action on the following open dates. April 14th through May 15, and open dates of September 1 through October 31. Be open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, except during the non-marked selective coho fishery as described below. That fishery begins September 1, all salmon until the earlier of September 30, or 7,250 non-marked selective coho quota met. If the coho quota is met prior to September 30, then all salmon except coho season continues. No more than 100 coho per vessel per landing week when retention allowed, and no more than 100 Chinook allowed per vessel per landing week. Thursday through Wednesday, vessel limits may be modified in season. In 2027, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. For the area Cape Falcon to Hecata Bank management line, May 16 through June 30, July 16th through July 31. 7 days a week, all salmon except coho. In 2027, the season will open March 15th, all salmon except coho. Moving to the Hecata Bank line to Humbug Mountain, May 16th through 31, June 1 through 17, open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho. 2027, that area will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. Humbug Mountain to Oregon, California border, see 2025 management measures and 2026 in-season actions. Fisheries prior to April 14th were closed via in-season action. Council is seeking input to inform subsequent in-season action on the following open dates. April 14th through 30. Note that May 1 through 15 in that area will be closed. The fishery will reopen May 16th through June 17, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho. In 2027, the season will be open March 15th, all salmon except coho. And that concludes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alto. Any questions of John? Okay, seeing none. Sarah, you got cleanup.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Sarah Bates. I am sitting in for George Bradshaw as the California Troll representative for the Oregon-California border to the Humboldt South Jetty, the California KMZ. See the 2025 management measures. We are seeking public input to inform in-season action to close the following dates, May 1 to 15. The remainder of the season shall be closed. In 2027, the season will open May 1st under a 3,000 fish Chinook quota, minimum size limit of 27 inches, landing and possession limit of 20 Chinook per vessel per day. Latitude 4010 to Point Arena, the Fort Bragg zone. Fisheries prior to May 16th were closed via in-season action in March, closed for the remainder of the season. In 2027, the season will open May 1st for all salmon except coho, minimum size limit 27 inches. Point Arena to Pigeon Point, the San Francisco management area. 2025 management measures are subject to in-season action. We would like to see open fishing dates of May 1 to 5 and May 9 to 13 in the San Francisco management area, in addition to May 16 to 20, May 23 to 27, August 1 through 7, 13 through 18, and 25 through 28. Landing possession limits of fish per vessel per open period have yet to be determined. In-season action may be taken to close open days when the total harvest is approaching a harvest limit applicable to all open areas south of latitude 4010, May through August. All salmon except coho, minimum size limit 27 inches. Point Reyes line 3802 to Pigeon Point sub area, open for fall fisheries September 4 through 8, 11 to 15, 18 to 22, 25 to 30, or the attainment of a harvest limit of a number of Chinook to be determined. Landing and possession limit lowered to 26 inches. In 2027, the season will open May 1st for all salmon except coho, minimum size limit 27 inches. Pigeon Point to U.S.-Mexico border, the Monterey management area. 2025 management measures are subject to in-season action. We are requesting open fishing dates of May 1 through 5 and May 9 through 13 in the Monterey area, in addition to May 16 to 20, May 23 to 27, June 3 to 7, 12 to 16, and 26 to 30, July 6 to 10, and 20 to 24, August 1 through 7, 13 through 18, and 25 to 28, as above landing and possession limit of a number of Chinook per vessel per open period, the numbers to be determined. Minimum size limit 27 inches. In 2027, the season will open May 1st for all salmon except coho. Minimum size 27 inches. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, guess we're ready for the second half.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of council. For the record, my name is Dave Johnson. I'm the Washington Sport Rep. I'll be reading from Table 2, page 8. Overall non-Indian TAC of 115,000 Chinook, 125,000 coho marked with a healed adipose fin clip. Recreational TAC of 56,000 Chinook, 105,000 marked coho. All retained coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin clip. A trade may be considered at this April meeting. Buoy 10 fishery opens August 1 with an expected landed catch of 40,000 marked coho in August and September. U.S.-Canada border Cape Alava Nia Bay subarea Open June 20 through earlier of September 30, or 10,920 marked coho subarea quota with a subarea guideline of 13,600 Chinook. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, June 20 through June 30, 1 salmon per day. Beginning July 1, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no chum retention beginning August 1. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit in this area is 24 inches. See gear restrictions and definitions C2 and C3. Beginning August 1, Chinook non-retention east of the Benilla-Tatoosh line during council-managed ocean fishery. Moving south, Cape Alava to Queets River, La Push subarea, open June 20 through earlier of September 30, or 2,730 marked coho subarea quota, or a subarea guideline of 2,280 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, June 20 through June 30, 1 salmon per day. Beginning July 1, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no chum retention beginning August 1. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Minimum Chinook size limit in this area is 24 inches. See gear restrictions and definitions C2, C3. Queets River and Ledbetter Point Westport subarea. Open June 20 through earlier September 30, or 38,850 marked coho subarea quota with a subarea guideline of 22,720 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, June 20 through June 28th, 1 salmon per day. Beginning June 29th, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than one of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit in this area is 22 inches. See gear restrictions and definitions C2, C3. Ledbetter Point, Cape Falcon, Columbia River subarea, open June 20 through earlier of September 30, or 52,500 marked coho subarea quota with a subarea guideline of 17,400 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than one of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit in this area is 22 inches. Columbia Control Zone closed. See gear restrictions, definitions C2, C3. And that concludes north of Falcon.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Any questions of Mr. Johnson? Okay. Mr. Swanson, your turn.
Good afternoon, Council's Vice Chair. I'll be reading from page 8. I am the SAS Charter Rep for the state of Oregon. Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, March 15th through May 15th. See 2025 management measures in 2026 in-season actions. May 16th to August 31st, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, except as provided below in the marked select coho fishery and the non-marked select coho fishery. 2 fish per day. Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches total length, coho minimum size limit 16. Marked select fisheries for the coho, June 6th through the earlier of August 23rd, or the 50,000 marked coho quota. Open 7 days a week, 2 salmon per day. All coho must have a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit 24 total length, coho minimum size 16. Any remainder of the marked select coho quota may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis to the September non-marked select coho fishery from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. In 2027, we'll open March 15th for all salmon except coho, 2 fish per day, Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches. The same gear restrictions has in 2026, and this opening could be modified at the council meeting of March of 2027. Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, September 1st through the October 31st, open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, except as provided below in the non-marked select coho fishery. 2 fish per day, Chinook minimum size limit 24, coho 16. Non-marked select coho fishery, September 1st through the earlier of September 30th, or a 27,500 non-marked select coho, open 7 days a week. It'll be open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 fish per day, Chinook minimum size limit 24, coho minimum 16. For recreational fisheries from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, fishing in the Stonewall Bank Yellow Eye Rockfish Conservation Area is restricted to trolling only on days of the all-depth recreational halibut fishery is open.
That complete, Mike? All right. Any questions of Mike? All right. Mr. Jim.
Can you hit continuing south on the same document from the Oregon-California border to latitude 4010, June 13 through July 19th, August 1st through August 31st. In-season action may be taken to close open days when the total harvest is approaching an area-specific guideline to be determined. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size 20 inches total length. See gear restrictions and definitions. The Klamath Control Zone closed in August. See California statutes for additional closures adjacent to the Eel, Smith, and Klamath rivers. In 2027, the season opens May 1 for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 20 inches total length, and the same gear restrictions as in 2026. Harvest guidelines and bag limits may be considered in season. Continuing south into the Fort Bragg zone from latitude 4010 to Point Arena, June 13 through 19, August 1 through 31. In-season action may be taken to close open days when the harvest is approaching the area-specific guideline to be determined. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size of 20 inches total length. See gear restrictions. In 2027, the season opens April 3rd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size 20 inches total length, and the same gear restrictions as in 2026. Harvest guidelines and bag limits may be considered in season. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Yarnell? All right. Kevin, your turn.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. I'll be reading Point Arena to Pigeon Point, June 27th through July 5th, July 12th through August 23rd. In-season action may be taken to close open days when total harvest is approaching area-specific harvest guideline of X Chinook. And then the 3802 north latitude to Pigeon Point sub-area, September 1st through October 31st. In-season action may be taken to close days when total harvest approaching statewide harvest guideline of X Chinook applicable to September and October open dates between 3802 north latitude to Pigeon Point sub-area. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 20 inches total length, see gear restrictions. In 2027, season opens April 3rd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size of 24 inches total length. Same gear restrictions as in 2026. Harvest guidelines and bag limits may be considered in season. In-season action to close fisheries, modify season dates, and modify bag limit may be considered when sport harvest is approaching harvest guideline. This opening could be modified following the council review at its March 2027 meeting. Continuing on to page 11, Pigeon Point to U.S.-Mexico border, Monterey. See 2025 management measures, which are subject to in-season action. The fishery from April 4th through April 10th. It should read, it does read April 11th, but that is a minor omission on our part. So it should read April 4th through April 10th, closed by in-season action. NIMS, in consultation with the Council and the State of California, seeking public input to inform subsequent in-season action on fisheries scheduled before May 16th, Open fishing dates of April 11th through May 15th were included in the impact analysis of this alternative. May 16th through August 31st, in-season action may be taken to close open days when total harvest is approaching an area-specific harvest guideline of X Chinook. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit 20 inches total length. See gear restrictions. September 1 through 30. In-season action may be taken to close open days when total harvest is approaching statewide harvest guideline of X Chinook, applicable to the September open dates. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit 20 inches total length. See gear restrictions and definitions. 2027 season opens April 3rd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length. Same gear restrictions, harvest guidelines, and bag limits may be considered in season. In-season action to close fisheries, modify season dates, or modify bag limit may be considered when sport harvest is approaching harvest guideline. I don't think I need to read that language. If possible, I would like to offer some insight into our deliberative process around the fall fishery. I have a few lines to read that sort of describes the process. Okay. So after the public hearing, we became aware of an administrative omission on our part. And this is in regard particularly to the fall fishing opportunities. Our intention had been for all 3 of the alternatives to include the same language regarding the sub-area fishing opportunity. Because it was omitted, public interpreted it as one option with a limited fishing area, the other 2 options with the full San Francisco cell open, and public commentary started to reflect that. That was definitely not our intent. We had some discussions with a few stakeholders directly to sort of explain where we were and what our intention was. And as we were sort of looking at how to evaluate the risk of moving that line in that sub area to accommodate those people in Bodega Bay, we became aware of limitations. There is no line defined for Bodega Head in the fishery management plan, whereas the previous sub area that we developed last year under the impression to protect the Klamath fish was using a pre-existing line from the fall area target zone that is already defined in the FMP. So that was one obstacle to moving it. We did discuss opening the whole cell, but we were really concerned about these potential impacts to Klamath 4 fish in particular, and by extension, the proxy they are supposed to be protecting, which is the coastals. It was difficult to find data that allowed us to meaningfully put numbers onto that risk. But the idea that the closer and more proximate you become to the Klamath and the Klamath zone, the higher those impacts and the greater the risk of encountering those fish would be. And the biggest issue for us and source of concern is the coded wire tag expansion rate from contact. This year, the expansion rate for a single coded wire tag was in the range of 80 impacts per coded wire tag recovery. This year's 2026 entire fishing season is being processed on less than 2 tag recoveries, less than 160 impacts. So it was difficult for us to enumerate and really understand the risk to the entire fall fishery, or to the entire 2027 fishery, from these impacts. And so out of an abundance of caution, we decided to proceed with the sub area that was defined last year. And so and demonstrated 0 impacts with any Klamath fish last year, which is an important data point for us. You know, we did spend quite a bit of time talking to the STT, trying to interpret old impact data, try to understand how the coded wire tag expansion is created. We're still working on that. So, and that's what I have to say about that.
All right, any questions on that explanation? Are you thinking about it, Marcy? Marcy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Actually, I don't have a question on this particular point. I appreciate the explanation. I understand that the SAS has balanced the need to minimize risk with the potential benefit of having the line further north, and it makes good sense with the recommendation that you came down with to maintain a line near Point Reyes at 3802. So I appreciate your deliberation and really want to acknowledge you taking the time to reach out to those folks that offered public comment in the record to offer them a more detailed explanation to them. Much appreciate that. Now to my question, which is on the dates that you have selected for San Francisco. You're indicating June 27th through July 5th, and then July 12th through August 23rd. I guess I'm just curious why in a later opening date in San Francisco than in Fort Bragg. So that's part one. And then with regard to the San Francisco open periods, you have a week between July 5th and July 12th that would be closed. So maybe you can talk about the rationale for those two things. Thank you.
Sure. So the first one, the concern is not exhausting the harvest limit before the 4th of July weekend. We want to ensure that there is available quota both for the charter fleet and for the private fleet. The general feeling in the sense that we got from a lot of the public comments is the later in the season, the more likely the weather is better and the better chance the fish are closer and larger. And so in an effort to try to do that, from the original three alternatives, this one had the most effort pushed the furthest into the season. Both the other two had earlier efforts. And the week in between is simply because we couldn't afford the impacts. The July impacts are so high that it was better to put time on paper into August, even under the assumption that we will most likely hit that harvest limit before the end of the season on paper.
Thank you very much.
So, John, did you have anything to add? I skipped you, I'm sorry.
Kevin covered it all, Butch. Thank you.
Okay. So, seeing no other questions, I think you guys have done a most excellent job, both commercial and sport. I know it was a workout. With Angela's deadlines, it was even more of a workout. So great job. So, by the looks of on my sheet here, we have Councilwoman Cindy Marchand from the Colville Tribe and supporting cast. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Glad to be here. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Council, for being here. I almost stole one of your council this morning. I almost got us stuck on an elevator, so glad you made it too. I pushed too many buttons and we heard technical difficulties. Please hold. So a little bit scary there. I'll start with a statement. Again, my name is Cindy Marchand. I'm from the Colville Confederated Tribes Business Council. I chair the Fisheries Committee. I also vice chair the Natural Resource Committee and secretary of the Executive Committee. And I'm here today just to provide testimony. The Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation is a confederacy of 12 tribes whose traditional and Aboriginal territory covers much of eastern Washington, portions of northeast Oregon, and extends into Canada, as shown in Attachment 1. Although the traditional territories of the Colville tribes were expansive, the modern-day opportunities to catch salmon are limited. The Colville Tribes Reservation is at the terminus of the anadromous salmon migration on the Columbia River in north-central Washington. Like most tribes in the Northwest, the Colville Tribes are a salmon people, and the importance of salmon to our way of life cannot be overstated, as you also heard earlier by the Kritvik tribes. The Colville Tribes have actively participated in the PFMC meetings for many years as a federally recognized Indian tribe with federally protected rights to the fishery. The federal government has a trust responsibility to the Colville Tribes, and we have a harvest agreement for the non-treaty share with the state of Washington. We do not have a commercial fishery because the ceremony and subsistence needs of the Colville Tribes and its members are not being met. The Colville Tribes has approximately 9,500 members, and the Chinook salmon harvest allocation in recent history has been well under one fish per tribal member. It is extremely unfortunate that contemporary salmon runs do not adequately support the harvest needs of the tribes and the escapement needs of the fish populations. The Colville Tribes have an extensive habitat protection and restoration program that is active in the Wenatchee, Iniat, Methow, Okanagan, and Sampoil rivers. We also produce millions of salmon smolts in our hatchery, and millions more smolts come from the rivers on and near our reservation. Many of these returning salmon get caught in the PFMC ocean fisheries. The 2026 preseason forecast for Upper Columbia River summer Chinook is 41,000 fish, which is the fourth lowest in the last 25 years and only 8% higher than the worst forecasts in that time frame. As we pointed out to you in March, 2025 was a difficult year for summer Chinook management in the Upper Columbia, including fishing closures in areas that were previously productive fishing locations for both sport and tribal fishermen. Likewise, broodstock goals were not fully met for the Chief Joe hatchery in 2025, and we saw the lowest spawn escapement to the Okanagan since the year 2000. Given the preseason forecast for 2026, we anticipate a similar situation. The Colville Tribal Fishery for Chinook at the confluence of the Okanagan will be closed. We understand that the state is also starting the summer salmon season with Chinook closures throughout the Columbia. We want to emphasize that sacrifices are being made in the terminal area to achieve conservation objectives for local salmon populations. In our final report to you at the March meetings in Sacramento, we expressed that the preliminary ocean fishing seasons were unacceptable to the Colville Tribes. In March, the model output showed no change and even increases in harvest of the Upper Columbia summer Chinook in several key fisheries throughout the week. Additionally, there was little to no difference in impacts to the Upper Columbia summer Chinook between alternative 1, 2, and 3 for some of the fisheries that hit Upper Columbia summer Chinook the hardest. This was not the kind of shaping we expected to see in March, and that was why we could not support any of the alternatives. We look forward to some productive discussions regarding how this can change in the coming days. The Colville Tribes appreciates the opportunity to share our perspective with the PFMC, and we look forward to working with you and your advisory bodies and committees in April to find solutions that meet the needs of the fishermen and the salmon. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? The Vice Chair. Got Vice Chair. Yeah. Go.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. No questions. Just thanks to Chairwoman Marchand and your staff for being here again this week. Thanks to Casey for reaching out to me after the March meeting to try to understand what was going on in some of the alternatives, but look forward to working with you all throughout the week.
Definitely. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, I believe we are now into public comment. All right, I believe it's Tyson Hobby. Remote. No go. How about Randy Harper, supposed to be in person? Randy? Well, I'm 1,000% at public comment. Okay, I guess they're not here. So we'll go into council discussion. I hope. Kyle, if you'd like to get the discussion started.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't have anything to add to the discussion. I do have a motion when the council's ready.
Ms. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I wasn't sure that you could see me over here. Kyle, I just wanted to circle back. We had a conversation through several iterations of the Fisheries north of Falcon. I know that there's been some discussion about some management measures. I just want to confirm that at this point, there's no need for an emergency rule.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Bishop. There was some discussion at the March meeting about a potential trade between the troll fishery and the recreational fishery north of Falcon, and some discussion about whether that would require an emergency rule. I don't believe it would require an emergency rule if we were to introduce something like that, but there is no such trade in the package that came from the SAS today.
Thank you for confirming that.
Okay. We have a potential motion, but don't want to cut off any discussion. Of course, a motion stimulates discussion. Sometimes better than the discussion. So, okay. Well, Mr. Addicks, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move that the council tentatively adopt for salmon technical team compilation and analysis the proposed initial salmon management alternatives for the 2026 non-Indian Ocean fisheries as developed by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and described in Agenda Item D2E, Supplemental SAS Report 1, April 7th, 2026, including the modifications as made in the presentation by the SAS.
Does that wording reflect your motion? What's your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get a second? Seconded by Dave Soames. Any questions by the motion maker? Okay, we'll speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks to everyone and all the work that went into getting us from the three alternatives in the March meeting to the SAS package that came forward today. I included the last sentence about modifications. I believe there was only one small modification to a date covered by the SAS presentation, so this will just incorporate that change. Obviously, as I said, a lot of work to get to today. We have a lot of work left to do this week to get to all of our conservation objectives for all of our stocks up and down the coast. But I think this is a good starting point to let us start modeling some fisheries and matching them up with inside fisheries and see where it takes us. I don't know if my colleagues to the south have anything to add, but this motion did incorporate the Oregon and California packages as well.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to recognize the language that is shown in the motion at the very end that includes modifications as made in the presentation by the SAS, and just want to note that what is intended with that language is the remark we heard from Kevin Goddess with regard to a date that was a typographical error in the package regarding trying to pull it up here. It is on page 11 of Table 2. The fishery from April 4 through April 10 was closed via in-season action. Right now, as shown in the package, the language is incorrect and says April 4th through April 11th. So Kevin noted that correction and just want to capture it here in discussion. So thank you.
Okay. Mr. North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Addicks, for the collective motion. Much appreciated. I just wanted to thank our Oregon SAS members for working together and putting together this revised Oregon alternative. I think it helps address some of the comments we received at our public hearing and comments we that were submitted online. And after looking at the briefing book and the comments that were in there, I think this package that we have for sport fishing in the South Falcon area kind of meets the preferences of the majority of those comments. So, yeah, overall, I think it's a good starting point, and we can work from it the rest of the week, check our numbers, and make tweaks as needed. So, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries unanimously. I believe we're now to a point in time where Mr. Dave Soanes might have tribal motion.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I move the council adopt for the Salmon Technical Team compilation and analysis the proposed initial treaty troll salmon management alternatives for the ocean quotas. It looks like they've got the Makah tribe and the QTA tribes each have an alternative. Makah in alternative 1 has 45,000 Chinook and 45,000 coho. QTA tribes in alternative 1 have 45,000 Chinook and 40,000 coho. This reflects a single Chinook option of 45,000 across all proposed alternatives. The alternatives consist of May 1 to June 30th Chinook directed fishery, a July start date to the all species fishery, Chinook and coho, and a September end date at the discretion of each tribe. The Chinook quota in all alternatives should be evenly split between the two time periods. Season structure is still under discussion among the tribes.
Okay, does the language on the screen reflect what's in your motion?
Yes, it does.
All righty. So can we get a second? Seconded by Kyle Addicks. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, just briefly, it's kind of a first for me to see one alternative from each of the tribal groups. If that's it looks like they've come to agreement on where they want to be with Chinook, and still working on some of the coho issues and seasonal issues. And then I'm sure there might be some considerations after continuing with the North of Falcon fisheries and how we're going to shake out of that.
Okay, do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing all those hands, we have none. And so I'll call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So, I believe we are, Angela, help me out. Have we completed our task for this agenda item?
Yes, you've completed your task, and the STT will come back with the analysis of those preliminary options tomorrow for the council.
All right, Angela, thank you for your hard work getting all this stuff put together. So I think before I hand the gavel over to the chairman, I think maybe we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay, hopefully our council members who are still in the hallway or somewhere can hear us, but see if we can get to our seats here and continue with the meeting. Patricia, can you just shout out there? Maybe most of them are in here. I think we're good. Okay, we're going to get started on our last agenda item for today, another salmon item. And I will turn it over to Angela. And instead of the typical overview you have, or the situation summary, you've got that in the briefing book, but I understand Angela has a presentation to run through that, and then we can take questions after that. So, Angela, if I'm correct, I'll let you get started when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The situation summary for this agenda item got a bit long, and also I wanted to cover some aspects of the tours included in your attachments. So I'm just going to walk through both of those with a presentation for you today. So this agenda item is split into two parts. Today, the council will receive this overview, advisory body reports, and public comment. And the council may also provide any direction on modifications to the draft terms of reference, as times allows under today's agenda item, or also has the option of holding further discussion until part 2 of this agenda item. And then under part 2 of this agenda item, the council is anticipated to discuss and adopt the terms of reference as final. If necessary, the council may provide direction on further updates to be made to the tours at that time. And if further changes are needed, the council could either adopt the tours as final pending any further modifications, or request a review at a future council meeting of updated tours. I do want to also note that if the council does proceed with adopting terms of reference for this peer review to take place as final, there would also necessitate revisions to the Sacramento River Fall Chinook work group terms of reference to ensure that that their charges include participation in this peer review panel. The situation summary does provide some detailed background about the council's work to date on updating the Sacramento River Fall Chinook management, but I do just want to focus on the council's focus on some highlights in that the council previously did form the Sacramento River Work Group to evaluate potential updates to the management of Sacramento River Fall Chinook, and that this work group has prepared multiple reports to the council over the last few years, and in April of last year did propose a topic for methodology review for updating the SMSY of Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And then in September of 2025, the council expressed interest in pursuing updates to Sacramento River Fall Chinook through an FMP amendment. And the council chose to, at that time, not advance the preliminarily selected work group SMSY topic for the 2025 methodology review. The council recognized the complexity and importance of this work and supported using an independent peer review panel to evaluate the Sacramento River Work Group's work on updating the SMSY value rather than the salmon methodology review process. And as part of your discussion in November, the council recommended that the peer review body begin with a neutral evaluation of all 4 approaches analyzed by the Sacramento River Work Group and including in their report at that meeting, and then to potentially work iteratively with the Sacramento River Work Group to develop a recommendation for an approach to updating the SMSY value. The council requested that staff develop charges for the peer review body and bring them back to provide feedback on, which is what we are here doing today. I do want to note that this is the first time the Pacific Council has used an external peer review panel for salmon management. And while there are existing processes in Groundfish and other FMPs that have been useful models to kind of look out and the development of this, They have been adapted to kind of more reflect how salmon management takes place. So looking to National Standard 2 guidelines in the development of this process, the guidelines do state that the Secretary and each council may establish a peer review process for that council to advise about the conservation and management of the fishery. This is interpreted to mean that the Secretary, and often the science centers, and the councils should work together in establishing such a process. National Standard 2 guidelines also specify that a peer review process is not a substitute for an SSC, and does also lay out requirements for consideration when peer review selection occurs, particularly that panelists must not have contributed to or participated in the development of the work product or information under review. So council staff did consult with both the North and Southwest Fisheries Science Center during the development of these terms of reference, particularly the version that was included in your March briefing book. The council did provide some comments on the tours in March when discussing necessary skills and expertise for this peer review. And so modifications have been made to the March version for this meeting, and this is reflected in attachments 1 and attachment 2 of your briefing book material. I will touch on some sections of the tours, starting with the scope. So based on the council's discussion that you held in November 2025, the draft scope reflects that the peer review would be focused primarily on reviewing the analysis proposed by the Sacramento River Work Group for methodology review in 2025. And this work did build upon prior council direction that the SMSY value should be derived from a typical ratio approach where SMSY equals FMSY times SMP. Given that the council also discussed the potential for the peer review panel to iterate with the work group, the tours also provide discretion to the peer review panel to direct the work group to explore alternative approaches if deemed appropriate. And the panel would be making requests of the Sacramento River Work Group to do this analysis and not be completing that themselves. In following with the scope, the charge of the peer review would be to evaluate the work done by the Sacramento River Work Group. Under the draft charges, the peer review panel would be asked to either identify a preferred data set or consider approaches that combine information across data sets evaluated by the Sacramento River Work Group in their November 2025 report. And after reviewing the data sets identified by the work group for updating the SMSY that fall within the council's prior guidance to use this ratio approach, the panel may determine that additional methods should be explored. If so, it could request further analysis or approaches other than the ratio method for updating the SMSY value. The feasibility of any such requests would need to be discussed among the peer review, the chair, and the work group to make sure that they're reasonable in scope, taking into account time and capacity constraints of work group members throughout this peer review process. The SSC provided feedback back in November that unlike the STAR panel process, if the council were to pursue an iterative approach to this peer review, the meetings would need to be spaced out to allow for time for that additional analysis to take place. And so given this feedback, the tours outline what the structure of the peer review sessions would be if iterations were to take place. So after the first meeting, if the panel reaches consensus on a preferred approach for determining the SMP, which is then used to estimate the SMSY from the analysis completed by the work group to date, there would be no further review sessions necessary. However, if at that first meeting the panel begins to coalesce around one data set or a modified approach, but does identify the need for additional analysis, data exploration, or clarifications that could not be completed during that initial session, at least one additional session would occur online approximately 3 weeks after the first meeting. And if at the first meeting, the panel directs the Sacramento River Work Group to explore an entirely new method for deriving the SMSY value other than this ratio approach that it has currently been directed to explore, up to 2 additional sessions may be needed to allow for enough iterations between the peer review panel and the work group, making it clear that it is the Sacramento River Work Group doing the work and the panelists providing requests. At this time, the tours do not allow for more than 3 meetings, but that if consensus cannot be reached by the end of the 3rd session, the panel's report would describe the outcome of all sessions and make further recommendations for future work. At your March meeting, the council discussed the detailed expertise needed for the peer review panel, And so this section of the terms of reference has been updated to reflect that discussion and to clarify that the panel composition should ensure all necessary skills and areas of expertise are represented. The next section of the terms of reference focuses on participation from individuals outside of the peer review panel, and this topic was also discussed at your March meeting. The intention of this section is to clearly define and distinguish the roles of three groups, the first being the peer review panel, and the second being subject matter experts who are not on the peer review, and then also members of the public. It is not explicitly stated in the terms of reference because there hasn't been any direct guidance on this to date, but the council could further specify different roles and responsibilities among the non-peer review panelists, such as taking a similar approach that's used in the Groundfish STAR panel process where there's a specific GMT and GAP advisor seat. The tours do also cover the materials to be provided to the peer review panel. This would include the Sacramento River Work Group's November report and appendices, or any updated versions of these documents. And finally, the tours also provide a generalized schedule and milestones. Additional language has been added since March to note that if deemed necessary by the peer review panel chair, the interval between meetings, which is currently set for around 3 weeks, could be extended to allow for further work and analysis. If this does happen, there is a potential that the peer review final report may not be ready in time for the September council meeting. And so if necessary, council staff would have to revise the current schedule for this peer review process and the subsequent FMP amendment as outlined in the year at a glance in the briefing book for this meeting. And so that does bring us back to the council's task for today and also for part 2 of this agenda item. Today, you will be receiving any advisory body reports and public comment, which you have 3 individuals signed up to give. And as time allows, provide any direction on updates to the terms of reference that would be brought back under part 2 of this agenda item.
Thank you. So let me look around, see if there are any questions regarding how we will proceed on this with that overview, the situation summary. And I'm not seeing any questions here. So that will take us to our reports. And the first one, we have a Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Jason Schaffler. Good afternoon, Jason.
Thank you, Chair Hassmer. Members of the council, I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading Agenda Item D3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Sacramento River Fall Chinook Revised Spawner Abundance at Maximum Sustainable Yield, Terms of Reference. The SSC received a presentation from Angela Forrestal and discussed a marked up and clean version of the draft tour for revised Sacramento River Fall Chinook SMSY through estimation of the SMP. The SSC offers the following comments on the peer review charge, structure of peer review process and meetings, and peer review panelists, and schedule and milestones. For the peer review charge, the evaluation of the appropriateness of the approach directed by the council to estimate SMSY on the basis of the formula SMSY equals FMSY times SMP should occur before the evaluation of the appropriateness of the data sets. This evaluation should be made relative to the scientific support for the status quo. For structure of peer review process and meetings, soliciting preliminary questions and concerns from the panelists increases the likelihood of a successful outcome from the review. However, it is not necessary to limit the number of questions and concerns per panelist. The chair should lead the compiling and prioritization of questions in conjunction with the panel for transmitting to the Sacramento River Work Group more than a week in advance of the initial meeting. Additional analyses considered for subsequent meetings should be discussed among the chair, panel, and Sacramento River Work Group. Peer review panelists. The peer review panel should have at least 3 members to ensure sufficient technical expertise for a thorough peer review. Therefore, the panel should consist of 1 chair and at least 2 additional members. More than 7 panelists in total can result in increased difficulty with achieving consensus and may result in duplicative expertise that is not needed for a thorough review. Ideally, at least 1 panelist should have expertise based on direct experience with Sacramento River salmonid research. At a minimum, expertise in comparable large river systems with substantial hatchery production and water management would be useful. The Groundfish and Coastal Pelagic Species Stock Assessment Review Panel process have an SSC member as chair of the panel, and another SSC member often serves on the panel, which can bring SSC and council history and context to the panel and improves communication of the panel discussions to the SSC during later stages of review. The SSC therefore recommends that at least 1 member of the peer review panel be a member of the SSC. Schedule and milestones. There is minimal time between peer review meetings and little flexibility due to the need for public notifications to meet briefing book deadlines for the September 2026 council meeting. Therefore, it could be advantageous if meetings are scheduled such that the final report would be completed in time for the November council meeting. The need for meetings subsequent to the initial council meeting should be discussed and agreed upon by the chair, panel, and Sacramento River Work Group to ensure adequate progress on items raised for additional analyses can be completed. It could be useful to discuss the relative trade-offs associated with hosting the initial review meetings in California, where access may be improved for stakeholders and the analysts versus at the council offices where hybrid participation would be maximized. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? R.C. Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. The statement under your header of peer review charge, the evaluation of the appropriateness of the approach directed by the council to estimate SMSY on the basis of the formula should occur before the evaluation of the appropriateness of the data sets. And then this evaluation should be made relative to the scientific support for the status quo. That's a very heavy statement, and I'm hoping maybe you can elaborate your thought process on the evaluation of the appropriateness of the approach, and then also what should be considered in this evaluation of relative to the support for status quo. So maybe just elaborate.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Remco. So I hear 2 questions in that. And first is, if the peer review panel decides or suggests that the formula SMSY equals FMSY times SMP not be the appropriate approach to take for estimating SMSY, reviewing the data sets and reviewing a number of the other items that will be up for discussion might not be the best use of the time. It's that question right there needs to be answered first. And I think it's possible that we will get some sort of questions about that from the peer review panel that will be transmitted to the Sacramento River Work Group, so that question itself can be answered first. That's because, again, that's really the whole basis of the management structure that has been proposed. And what is meant by relative to scientific support for the status quo? Through previous discussions during salmon methodology and from Sacramento River Work Group reports, there has been note of, let me look at my notes. there has been numerous issues raised with the current SMSY designate or SMSY estimate from the Sacramento River. It's based upon data that ends in the early 1980s. There are concerns with it was an interim adjustment that those conditions, that interim adjustment, Red Bluff Diversion Dam, no longer is, it's no longer functioning the way that that interim adjustment called for. So the current approach may or may not have the most support. And it's to really review what the Sacramento work group has proposed in reference to the way that the Sacramento River fall Chinook population is currently being managed.
Marcy, follow up?
Yes, thank you. So you're recommending, I understood the first answer, but I just want to understand further. Do you anticipate deliberation about whether the recommended approach using the formula is better than the status quo, or are we determining if the formula is appropriate? Because they're two very different questions. And maybe you're doing them both sequentially, but they seem like very different deliberative processes.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, Ms. Uremko. Yes, that is, it's first looking at, is that formula the best way of going forward? Then what does that result, assuming that that is a decision that is made? That next question then will be what is being reviewed. Is the proposed approach a more scientifically defensible approach than status quo? So it's a sequencing.
Any other questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Dr. Schaffler, just to follow up on that a little bit. So are you proposing that the peer review panel would also review the status quo situation? So essentially they would be looking at 5 different alternatives versus 4?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Mr. Bishop. I think that is the way. When the SSC reviews a proposed methodology, that methodology is typically reviewed versus status quo. So that would be, I think, a reasonable characterization, though not an explicit characterization. That it's those approaches. There are 4 data sets that would form essentially 4 approaches. Each of those would be versus status quo management.
Just one more question. You may not know the answer to this, or if I'm uncomfortably putting you on the spot. So in order to do that, the peer review process or peer review panel would need to evaluate the current method of approach in which the SSC had done a substantial look at that approach previously. And I know the peer review, sort of the BSIA policy directive indicates that the peer review should not substantially repeat what has been done before in kind of a similar peer review process. And I guess in that case, I would have sort of considered the SSC to peer review of that original review of the current approach. So how do you reconcile those things? What's your view on that?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. That is, we would be evaluating we're evaluating what the Sacramento River Work Group has proposed. And while I characterize it as there are 4 data sets. Each of those is what is being reviewed. The production that went in, or the analyses that went into those particular data sets has, I wouldn't say has been done referencing status quo, but I think that they have been done as if they could be an update of those, of the SMSY objective. And that's where I say it's relative to status quo. So that's where that SMSY current management comes in, although that's not necessarily being reviewed per se.
Susan?
Thank you, Dr. Schaffler, for being so patient. So kind of what I'm hearing you say, I think, is that you're not asking, or you're not suggesting, the SSC is not suggesting that the peer review panel would review the current methodology, but it would review the documentation that had been provided from the work group in terms of how each of the proposed 4 approaches performed relative to, on its own and relative to the status quo. So your view is sort of it's already part of the documentation that the peer review panel would review?
Yes, thank you for that clarification, Ms. Bishop. Yes, that is, I believe, what I am suggesting is that that is part of the Sacramento Work Group's product. That we're not, the SSC is not, or the peer review panel would not be reviewing how the current conservation objective was generated.
Other questions on the SSC report? And I don't see any right now, so thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Next, we have a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Kevin Godis. Kevin, there's. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair and Council members. I'll be reading the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Revised Spawner Abundance at Maximum Sustainable Yield Terms of Reference. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel appreciates the opportunity to comment on the draft terms of reference for the peer review of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Revised Spawner Abundance at Maximum Sustainable Yield. We request the Pacific Fishery Management Council consider the following modifications prior to adopting the TORs as final. As currently written, the TOR places disproportionate emphasis on reviewing the 4 candidate datasets with SMSY equals FMSY times SMP framework. The SAS recommends that the peer review panel first evaluate the appropriateness of this framework and the use of the Ricker-Stock-Recruit relationship, or if there are other methods to pursue for re-estimating the SMSY before assessing the 4 candidate datasets. The SAS also notes that the proposed timeline in the TOR is relatively compressed. We support providing the peer review panel chair with the flexibility to extend the time between meetings as needed to ensure sufficient analysis of the methods used to re-estimate SMSY. The SAS is eager to participate in the peer review process and can provide context and guidance as needed. We request that the Council fund 2 non-voting SAS advisor positions, either 1 recreational and 1 commercial from California, or 1 representative from California and 1 from Oregon, to sit with the peer review panel. We also request the inclusion of 1 official salmon technical team non-voting advisor seat. Finally, the SAS reiterates its statements from November 25, Agenda Item G4, Supplemental SAS Report 1, and March 26, Agenda Item I2A, Supplemental SAS Report 1, and request that the Council ensure the peer review panel membership reflects the areas of expertise identified in those reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Gaddis. Thanks for writing the statement. I do have a question on the first bullet in the statement that says, as currently written, the TOR places disproportionate emphasis on reviewing the 4 candidate data sets within the SMSY, FMSY, SMP framework. That SAS recommends that the peer review panel first evaluate the appropriateness of the framework and the use of a Ricker-Stock-Recute relationship, et cetera. Why does the SAS feel that the TOR places disproportionate emphasis on reviewing the 4 candidate data sets? And if the review of the, what I call the equation, to keep it short, is, it sounds like what the SAS is suggesting is that you sort of set aside the 4 alternatives and explore other things first, rather than, if the equation is appropriate, that you would then look at the 4 data sets.
I guess it's a poorly worded version that sort of mimics the SSC's comments, and essentially we are asking that we flip the order of events, that we consider the appropriateness that led to the evaluation of those data sets, and then evaluate the data sets. As opposed to the way the TORs are currently written, you look at the data sets, establish the validity of the data sets, and then look and decide if there was another option. And so I believe that it's sort of the fundamental looking at the process that produced those and whether or not that is appropriate. So.
Thank you. Just one follow-up so I understand. So the SAS is not saying, for example, that there's a different reason than what the SSC has already cited for what you have termed disproportionate emphasis. It's basically in alignment with the SSC's.
Yeah, the statement was developed without knowledge of the SSC statement. And essentially, we are asking that the fundamental concepts that the 4 data sets were developed on are revisited. And I apologize that I don't have the specificity and language to make this appropriate or palatable to the science folks in the room. So I'm struggling with lay language to identify these processes and things that have very specific terms. So.
Thank you. I struggle with the same thing, so I just wanted to make sure that I was tracking. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Salmon Technical Team report. Candace Morgenstern is here to give that report. Good afternoon, Candace.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer, council members. Good afternoon. I'm Candace Morgenstern. I'll be reading Agenda Item D3A, Supplemental STT Report 1, the Salmon Technical Team Report on the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Revised Spawner Abundance at Maximum Sustainable Yield, Terms of Reference. So the Salmon Technical Team was briefed by the Salmon Staff Officer on updates to the draft terms of reference for revising the spawner abundance and maximum sustainable yield, or SMSY, for Sacramento River, Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The STT appreciates the significant effort and careful planning by council staff in outlining next steps for the peer review process. And this process will evaluate the various data sets, including, their underlying assumptions, uncertainties, and suitability for developing a revised SMSY. Sorry. Thank you for the water. For developing a revised SMSY, while also allowing consideration of new methods and data sets that have not been previously explored. So while the STT understands that the recommendation for peer review panelists do not include the STT members, The STT supports the TOR's description of the participation outside the peer review panel for STT involvement in the peer review process to provide technical expertise and support in whatever way the council deems appropriate. That is my statement. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the Salmon Technical Team report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Morgenstern. Did the STT discuss the potential role of serving as an advisor?
Yes, sorry, that was kind of the intent of what we're getting at here in the report is that we are supportive of serving in an advisor capacity to the peer review panel, if that's what the council would like us to do. Happy to help. Think it would be, helpful to have a perspective from the STT to describe, implementation concerns or, data streams that we have available to us and how this new conservation objective SMSY value would feed into that whole preseason planning process and process for getting our data streams to inform the reference points year in and year out. So might be helpful to have an STT representative advise the peer review process in that way.
Other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
That completes our reports and takes us to public comment. I believe there are at least 3 signups. So that list will come up before us. First is Mr. James Whitehill, in person or online. All right, I'll check back later and see if Mr. Whitehill shows up. Next is Brian McLaughlin. Good afternoon, Brian, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. It's nice to be here to see you in person. You've heard me talk a few times while I'm staring at a computer screen, so it's nice to see your faces and meet some of you in person. My name is Brian McLaughlin. I reside in Portland, Oregon. I'm a recreational angler, primarily out of the Port of Garibaldi, and yet here I'm talking about Sacramento River Falls Chinook because I didn't realize until about 4 years ago how important that stock was to fisheries that I participate in as well. I submitted very lengthy comments. I hope you've had a chance to at least glance at them. And I submitted a version of the draft tour with my suggested revisions. Obviously, this took a lot of my time. The reason I put so much time into it is because of how substantially important I think getting this right as far as establishing an SMSY point is going to be and how profound it can affect all the fisheries south of Falcon, both commercial and recreational. And that's why I put the time into it. I think if you read what I wrote, you'll see that I'm pretty critical of the tour. I want to say this caveat. I do not mean to be critical of your staff's work. Your staff's work reflects the direction of this council. And I think you gave some direction that went in the wrong direction. And that's why I took so much time to draft what I thought was a long comments, but to help you understand why I think it's in the wrong direction. I think it's misconceived because it's putting the review panel in kind of a role as a supervising work group to look at this as a neutral way, neutral data sets, pick the data set, and then make a recommendation based on the data set that they've picked. My understanding of a peer review is it should be an evaluation of the scientific merit of the scientific information that is put forward. Now, I don't really support what the work group has put forward. I think there's a lot of problems with it. But this is the work group that you put together. They put together a proposal. And I think that's what should be evaluated by the peer review is the scientific merit, a comprehensive review of the derivation of SMY that they have produced. And that's the way I think it should proceed. If you're going to do a peer review, I don't think you should waste the taxpayers' money nor your staff's time if you're not going to do a complete peer review. And that means you have to say, and it has to be right in the TOR itself, the charge to the peer review panel should be a comprehensive scientific evaluation of the methods and the results of the derivation of SMSY. And it needs to be that broad. There is no way scientists can look at the end product and assess the reliability of that end number, because we all live and die by the numbers here, of that 290,000 natural area spawners that they're proposing, which corresponds to 400,000 overall escapement. You can't evaluate the reliability of that number unless you look at all the parts and how all the parts work together. And that's why I'm saying you need to revise this TOR, so that's what it charges the panel with doing. Now, it kind of gets there a little bit, but it does it through an indirect method. It basically says, if you determine, looking at all this, that it's not appropriate, select a recommendation for an alternate approach. This review should not be conditioned on the peer review panel coming up with an alternate approach. This review should apply the standards, and I'm drawing them from basically National Standard 2 of high quality, credibility, reliability. And that's how it should judge it. If they can come up with recommendations, that's fine and should be encouraged, but in no way should it be conditioned on them coming up with recommendations nor justifying why those recommendations are basically justified. I want to take 30 seconds to just touch upon a point that you were talking about earlier about this suggestion by the SSC that you would look at, you would judge the proposal relative to what's out there now. That's not good advice. They've already said what's out there now. The SMY figure is based on faulty or flawed assumptions and is based on bad math. That's not the standard you need to use here. You need to use the standards that's in National Standard 2. Is it high quality? Is it credible? Is it reliable? You shouldn't set a low bar. Is it relatively better than something we already know isn't any good? So I don't think you should follow that advice. I see my time's up. In respect for your time, thank you very much. Love to hear any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McLaughlin on his testimony? Corey Ridings. Not sure who's pointing and who's raising a hand here. So.
Sorry.
Corey.
Thanks, Mr. McLaughlin, for your testimony and for providing the written comments. My question is regarding to something that you mentioned and also something that was in your comments. The panel's evaluation, and this is under number 4, I think it's on page 5. The panel's evaluation should not be conditioned in any way on identifying, justifying a viable alternative to the proposed method and value, lest it taint the credibility of the overall review. Could you speak a little bit more in depth about that, just so we can get a fuller understanding of what you mean?
Yeah, it's the wording of the TOR itself, and I don't have it right in front of me. I actually think it was up on one of the screens that came up, and it read to me as if, I think it was the last screen about what you anticipated the results would be, and it was that last point. If after looking at the methods and stuff, you determine that there's another approach that would better be suitable, please provide this justification and yada, yada, yada. I don't think that's the right approach here. I think if they provide a recommendation, that's fine, but in the first instance, they should evaluate the scientific merit of the proposed approach. And it shouldn't be conditioned on them coming up with a better approach, because that's almost like saying, well, if you're not going to approve the method that we've proposed, you got to come up with something better. And so I think the wording needs to change with respect to that so it doesn't leave that impression, because that I don't think is appropriate for peer review.
Any other questions? Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, for your testimony. Just a really high-level question. So you are a recreational angler, fishing. You realize that this review was important because the stock is important. So your comments, which are very much appreciated, are quite detailed, and your goal, as I understand it, is to really improve the science. What do you think would be, or can we even predict, when we get with this review, hopefully even better science? I know everybody's making a good effort now, but when we get the better science, how is that going to change things? It's difficult to say because we don't know which way it's going to go, but with better science, are we better able to tailor the management measures? What does this get us? And for you as an angler, thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm worried about here. I'm worried about this going through a peer review, going back up to the Science and Statistical Committee, getting labeled BSIA. Under the law, as I understand it anyway, and I think it was in one of your staff's reports, if it gets labeled BSIA, you got to use it, okay? The 290 corresponds to a total escapement of 400,000. I think we would be in overfished rebuilding plan purgatory perpetually if that number goes through. So I think it's very important that the end number, we get a good number. There's been a deterioration, at least from what I read in all the reports, and it's continuing and it's forecast to continue, of the ecological conditions for salmon. Higher water temperatures, both outflow, everything like that. And I'm concerned that if you apply a concept of MSY through a Ricker model that was designed for natural origin stocks, and you apply it in this way, we're going to end up with a number that's just not realistic. And so that could really affect, how much we get to fish, and it might not do any good, in the end. And this is something I said to one of the SAS members. I said, you know what? If we believed this modeling was reliable, we should be supporting the heck out of it, because there'd be all kinds of fish. There'd be many more fish than we've seen in the last 2 decades. Because, and I've tried to do this, and I may have got it wrong, and I've asked you to ask your scientist about this, but a 290 SMSY corresponds to a 400,000 natural origin MSY and a 690,000 RMSY, meaning that's how many recruits on average. Now, if my numbers are off, I've sent them to people that are on the, work group. If they're off, please tell me they're off, but that's what I calculated as. If those numbers are great, this would be a, fantasy come true. But my concern, I've been around long enough, and I don't mean to put Mr. Addicks on the spot. I grew up in Washington State. I remember when everybody told us they were going to double the salmon runs. It didn't happen. And I'm worried that this is kind of a prediction that may not come true either.
Susan Bishop, then Sharon Kiefer. Susan?
Hello, Mr. McLaughlin. Thanks for the effort that you put into your comments. I just wanted to clarify a few things. One is, I know you're focused on the 290 option, but the tasks for the peer review panel are actually to evaluate 4 different approaches, and the range in the outcomes is significant. So there's anywhere from the low 100,000 up to 290,000. So the range that's in those results is. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. I know that you're most concerned about the 290. I also wanted to confirm that you are very concerned about the outcome being the result of good science, rigorous science. So your concern is science-driven, not number-driven. Is that fair to say?
It is very science driven, but our process, we all have numbers that all the scientists come up with that we have to manage to. So it should be good science, but it has to be reliable science. And even in National Standard 2, as you know, it says one of the criteria is accurate with a known degree of precision. And so if this is good, reliable, accurate science that we, is really behind it, and it says you're going to get 690,000 natural origin fish, and that doesn't even count the hatchery fish on top of it, out of a spawning escapement of 290, that would be wonderful on average. I'm very skeptical, and that's why I want a full, robust, comprehensive review of this, because I think that's what's necessary. Because if we're not managing with good numbers, our management is kind of in vain.
Follow up, Susan.
Thank you for that answer. So you provided a lot of good suggestions in terms of improving the TORs, and it sounds like you're very driven by the science. So if the peer review panel reviews the foundational equation and agrees that it's the way to go, and if they review the 4 alternatives that have been suggested by the work group, and the peer review panel endorses, let's say the one with the 290,000. So again, they're reviewing all of them, and they may be making recommendations along the way for improvements. But if they endorse the one that has the higher number, as long as you feel that that was a robust scientific process, you would accept that number.
Yeah, I would say so. And my understanding of the review process, too, is they're supposed to kind of evaluate that. And part of the evaluation is to explain the uncertainties and all that goes into it, and reports back to the, first the SSC, and then, of course, to the council. There's a caveat here, though, too. And I explained this to Mr. North in some. There's a policy decision that underlies this. And I don't know that the policy decision is, how do you apply MSY to a composite stock? There's nothing in the statute. There's nothing in the guidelines. There's nothing in the FMP about that. And so that policy decision will come back to this council, I think, about how do you apply this in this situation. And it should be informed by good science. But I don't think objective science determines it, because there's policy that goes in there as well about how you apply MSY in this situation and to what component of the stock you apply it to and how. And I tried to bring that some out in my comments as well, asking for there to be an identification of that, what you really intend that to be.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and your detailed analysis and responses. Kind of circling back to something you said that probably isn't the role of the peer review panel, and that is that if fundamentally they find that either the Ricker equation that has been proposed is really not appropriate for the situation before them relative to the Sacramento A, or B, among those 4 approaches that fundamentally the data really is not sufficient to even determine if they can fulfill an appropriate Ricker equation. Would you agree, though, that at least it is appropriate for that peer review panel to be able to advise the council that either A, no, a Ricker is not appropriate here, but neither is what we've been doing, or B, that we don't find that the data within those 4 data approaches provided is sufficient to support that particular mathematical model?
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And I think that goes back to my first comment about the relative approach. As long as there's a thorough scientific evaluation, applying I guess the standards and the criteria that I've seen in National Standard 2. I just don't want to see it an approach where you say, well, this approach relative to what we've got now is a little bit more appropriate. I think there's got to be this evaluation of whether it is scientifically sound, whether it's reliable, whether it's credible, et cetera, and not just whether it's relatively better than a situation now that has, is based on not good assumptions.
Thank you. Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. I appreciate you being here, and I did read your remarks and have followed along with your proposed revisions to the TOR. I'm wondering, with regard to what now shows in the revised strike-through underline language in the TOR, the draft TOR in front of us, under the header of the peer review charge, which is item 5, or in item 5, there were some proposed edits that show in strike through underline to that section 5. And this is the section that discussed after reviewing the work group's analysis and background information regarding council direction on the use of a RIC or function for describing the spawner-recruit relationship and use of the formula that SMSY equals FMSY times SMP, the peer review determines a different method should be evaluated. It may recommend that the work group explore alternatives to be brought back. I guess I see your proposal to us, which is to essentially strike out that language and repackage it, rephrase it, reformulate it in the recommended language that you've offered us in your draft. But I'm hoping maybe I'm seeing the nuts and bolts of what you are saying to us in this revised text that is shown in strikeout underline in the draft in front of us. And so are we talking semantics about clarity or detail in this item 5? I'm just curious if, is it really a wordsmithing concern, or is there, because I'm seeing the elements that you're looking for and I'm seeing it in this item 5 in the draft TOR. And so maybe you can help us understand, what's lacking. And the reason I'm asking is, a lot of folks have said, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And so is this really wrong, or is it really that you're looking for clarifying semantic type changes?
I wish I had it up and I could compare the two. I don't. I think I know what you're talking about. As I read it, it's an indirect way of approaching what I think should be approached very directly. I think the TOR should say very directly, and the first charge should be a comprehensive evaluation of the methods and results. And that's what the first thing. And then you should go into the specifics after that. And I don't think that charge should be linked to coming up with an alternate approach and justifying it. And when I looked at, I'm not sure, because I don't have it in front of me, the section that you're pointing to, and then I looked to this, the other section where it said it would envision what would come out of this, and in fact, that's on page 9 of the presentation, where it talks about a clear justification. So it anticipates that if there's going to be an alternate approach suggested, you're going to have a clear justification for that recommendation, and that's linked to this overall review. And that's what I have problems with, and I think it should just be made clear. I'm not suggesting my revisions are perfect by any means, and they certainly can be revised and made better. But I do think making the charge to the peer review panel very clear that they're supposed to do a comprehensive review is what you should put right up front, and that's not up front right now.
Thank you. Any other questions? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, sorry, I just had one. And thank you, Brian, for the extensive analysis. I really appreciated it. Thorough. It must have took a lot of time. You had a list of recommendations, but if you had to boil it down to like, what is the single biggest thing wrong with the current terms of reference and/or the council's approach to this issue?
Well, I think pretty much what I've been saying, that it does not have a very clear and direct charge to do a comprehensive evaluation of the methods and the results of the proposed derivation of MSY. And the only way it gets through that is through this kind of this, indirect thing that links to providing an alternate approach. And I don't think that's the way you should do it. I think you should say it right up front and clearly that's what's supposed to happen. And then you can go into more specifics about that. I also do think there should be something specific about focusing on the reliability and the accuracy of that end number that you get to, whatever number that is, because that's where the rubber hits the road. That's what's going to really affect, all our fishing.
Thank you.
And any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Brian. And
thank you very much.
Good to put a face to the voice we've always heard virtually here. And next we have Mark Gorelnik. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer and council members and friends. I know that I'm standing between you and the chair's reception, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I'm encouraged that we're undertaking a peer review. I think that my concerns about the work group's numbers, I think, have been made of record a number of times, starting even when I was a council member. I made a report. We have a couple of decades of data where we can look at escapements and recruitment. And again, it's not the purpose of this public comment to review that data, but I think hopefully it's all reasonably fresh in people's minds because I went over it last month. And so that's why I've been skeptical personally of the work group's conclusions. And it's not to disparage them at all because they're brilliant people and doing a tough job. But I just think that if we're looking for maximum sustainable yield, remember, this is all about maximizing the benefit to the nation, and which is translated into maximizing the harvest we can reasonably make while, conserving the stock as needed. And I think that, as Mr. McLaughlin pointed out, with these recommended escapement numbers, we largely wouldn't have a fishery. We'd only have a fishery in a few years in the last 2 decades. And so that, to me, that's sort of a reality check on whatever conclusion the peer review group comes to. Because if the conclusion is an escapement number that doesn't allow fishing, then I'm not really sure what we're doing here. And I think that it's frustrating. I know when I was a council member, and for all you folks and for all the stakeholders, that we only have a limited number of tools available at the council. I think, as Brett Kormos would put it, there are only certain knobs we can turn. But that's not really what's determining the abundance of the stock. What's determining the abundance of the stock are decisions made outside of our area, and that has to do with water policy. When we have good conditions, the current escapement targets can yield great recruitment and good numbers for everybody. And when we have poor conditions, it's not sensible to force more fish up the river to die and not successfully reproduce. So I'm hoping that the peer review will take into account the comments that I've made and others have made, and we'll try to have a reality check. I want to touch briefly on the peer review membership. I don't know whom folks have recruited outside the council process. I think that the SSC is correct that a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 7 is reasonable. And I think that per National Standard 2, it's critical that each reviewer, not each participant, but each reviewer be independent of the council process. And I think that, and I don't mean to pick on the SSC, but they've proposed their own membership on it. And as I say in my public comment, the SSC has had a role in the Sacramento River Work Group's results. Maybe not all of them, but I do think that it's not just a matter of a conflict, it's a matter of an appearance of a conflict. And if we have adequate membership from outside the council family, then I'm not sure that we would need a peer reviewer from the council family. Now, obviously, the STT, the SSC, maybe the SAS, all have a role as advisors in this process. But I don't think that those who will author the report should be outside the council process. And I don't think there's any other way to interpret National Standard 2 or any of the other reference materials one can find on the independence of the peer review process. And that will conclude my comment, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Gorelnik on his testimony? And I'm not seeing any hands here, so thank you very much, Mark.
You're more than welcome.
Let me check back and see if Mr. Whitehill has been able to join us either in person or online. I know he's been signed up for several, and he doesn't appear to be here to present any testimony. So that completes public testimony. Before we proceed, I'm going to ask Angela if you or Hayden or somebody can put up the last slide of the presentation you went through. We're here to work. This is part 1 of this agenda item. I'd like to wrap things up today by 5:30 because we have other events. But just the sense, as Angela said, this is part 1. We've done a lot of information gathering here that you have to consider. What we want to complete under this is a discussion about the terms of reference, if it's final, or if there are modifications you want to see staff make to that and come back in part 2, and any potential updates. So we have an opportunity. We can, depending on how far we get today, if we can wrap that up, good, or if you need time tonight to think about that, how you want to direct staff to move forward, so when we get to part 2, that we're sure we have the right product that we want to discuss there. So I want to see if there's any initial discussion and your thoughts on how to proceed with this based on what you've heard now in the reports and the public testimony. So any initial thoughts on that? And again, if we need time to think about what we want to see in the final terms of reference in part 2 of this, if time is required, we can hold this open and reconvene on this agenda item in the morning and finish it up. So any thoughts? Everything is good. Marcy Aremko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would appreciate some thinking time overnight to digest what we've heard here and think about guidance that we might want to offer staff regarding modifications, and perhaps we can have some discussions over the evening that help us work together to come up with some of that guidance and some sidebar conversations. That's just my opinion, and actually I raised my hand because I have a question of council staff with regard to the language shown in strikeout underline. I appreciate the presentation, and at the same time, the presentation didn't cover every word in the draft. And based on a discussion we had in delegation this morning, was just hoping maybe that clarification will help me think a little more. So, if I may. Yeah, so with regard to the peer review report, there's some mention of that in the draft tour, but there's not a lot of meat on the bones as to what is included in the report, other than I believe it does say that the peer review report is prepared by the panelists. A question came this morning to us in delegation about the role of advisors and an opportunity for advisors to include a statement in the report based on, their whatever might be that they wish to state in the report. And so I was just curious, thinking about how some star panel reports are prepared in the groundfish world. Advisors are afforded an opportunity to include some content in a different section of the report, but nonetheless is still in the report. So that's one question I would have. Thank you.
Angela?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, Marcy, we are kind of creating this wheel as we go. So there isn't any explicit language to that point. There is a sentence that does say that the panel's scientific conclusions remain independent and free from undue influence. And so that preparation of the peer review report would not include advisors. But I think if there is a desire by the council to kind of follow what happens in the, if I understand correctly, the groundfish star panel process where there is a subsection for advisor input, I certainly think that if that's something that council would like to see, that could be an addition to the tours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sharon Kiefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if someone could or remind me explicitly why our target is the September briefing book deadline, as opposed to, I recognize you've got to have a schedule to keep people on track, but I also recognize that we are going to be working with people that this is not their full-time job. They're making a commitment, but again, it's not the only thing on their plate, regardless of who they are. And I know there was a reason why we had that as a target, but I do not recall it. So if you could just please remind me.
Angela, or can you address that one?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I did put up a slide that shows kind of the tentative timeline that the council had discussed previously related to the development of the greater FMP amendment process. The council is currently in their year-at-a-glance scheduled to get this kind of final report in September, and then at that time begin discussion of what this greater FMP development group would be and get a preliminary report from them in November. Recognizing that there would likely need to be a break in the preseason planning process of next year. And then this kind of sets us up to have final action by the end of 2027. Oh, sorry, that should say FPA in November. And so that is kind of why we are on this timeline right now. So if we do push out any final peer review results into November, this would necessitate kind of a shift in this whole timeline.
Thank you. That is very helpful.
Susan Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to Marcy's comments, I think I'd like a little bit more understanding probably tomorrow about how the STAR panel input works from the advisors and how that's represented in the report itself before I would agree to that. My only concern is that it could be very confounding in two ways. If the peer review panel produces a report that then advisors comment on, and some of those comments could be critical of the report. So thinking about how it's received from the public, particularly if it's a not particularly popular answer. I think we just want to be really crystal clear about what the purpose of that report is and what the driver is and how the council should receive that information. So I just would like maybe to talk to you a little bit more about how the STAR panel works in understanding how that would work for the report. I'm also trying to put my head around the sequence of events after the report. So, for example, the SSC will have a role in reviewing the report that the peer review panel provides potentially. And so if there are SSC members that are advisors and also potentially members, as has been suggested, then how does that subsequent review by the SSC intersect with the participation of SSC members either as on the panel or as advisors, and how that information is conveyed. So it's just a request for a placeholder until I understand some suggestions better.
Okay, thank you. For Corey Ridings.
Thanks. This is along the same line, so it's clear we have some collective misunderstanding of this, but trying to get at that advisor capacity and just looking at the TORs as they're written, I read it as saying advisors are sort of these 4 sub-bullets, including the general public. But I think we're talking about, and my knowledge of STAR panels, which is not as complete as Marcy's, is that kind of slightly different role for people that might be part of the council process, for state tribal governments. And so, Angela, I'm just wondering if maybe you could elaborate a little bit. It sounds like there's potentially some language we could use to sort of create, I guess, what I'm seeing as a third role, this advisor role, or maybe I just misread this. So I'm just looking at a little bit clarity from you on what that means, especially in light of what we heard from the STT and the SAS.
Angela?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, kind of as this conversation came up in the SAS about having, more formal advisory seats and kind of learning more about what happens in the groundfish process, I did look at those. The terms of reference for those STAR panels are very extensive, and it does include some language about kind of the specific roles for the GMT and the GAP rep, which could be leveraged in kind of specifying what these seats provide.
Thank you. Other hands for discussion? And while you think about that, as I said, John, did you want to raise your hand?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, I appreciate the latest draft of the terms of reference for the panel and the work that went into that. And I see some of the concerns I brought up in March were addressed, and I appreciate that. But, today we still hear multiple reports and public comment on the current draft and remaining concerns. And so I think I kind of echo Marcy that I could use the evening to noodle this a little more. There's a lot here. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So that's a good segue, maybe what I was going to propose to you. I said we can set this aside and come back tomorrow morning. I was looking at the schedule. I know we changed seats here on salmon and groundfish items, but what we could do is start the morning with our first groundfish item as scheduled, and then after we've completed that, then come back to this salmon item, and it gives a few people a little bit more time to consider that because it's a very important topic and there's a lot of information to consider. So would that be acceptable to proceed in that way? Stick with our first groundfish item in the morning and then take up this item after that and then get back to our schedule, insert it there. Seeing head nods, so what we will do then, and before we adjourn for the day, whenever that happens, I'll turn to the executive director, summarize our plans for tomorrow. But right now, we'll look at tabling this agenda item and take it up again tomorrow. But to finish what we need to do and give input to the staff on what we want to see or what they need to prepare for part 2 of this later on. So they're seeing some discussion, confusion, or is that path forward okay? Is there other discussion at this time, or I should turn to Angela and for any clarification?
All good, thank you.
All right. Well, with that, unless I'm still going to watch for a hand if there's anything else we need to discuss to help you prepare for the work tomorrow, but not seeing any, then we'll close this agenda item temporarily. We'll take it up again tomorrow, and I will turn to Executive Director Burden for any closing comments today.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good work today, everyone. Pretty intense day. So tomorrow, what we will do, and as you just summarized, Mr. Chairman, we'll come back tomorrow morning. We'll pick up C3, which is the Widow Alternative Harvest Control Rule. We'll be looking for a PPA there from our Groundfish folks. That'll buy some time for those of you that may be still noodling on this most recent discussion on the SAC fall terms of reference. That should give you about an hour and a half in the morning after we start to continue noodling. We'll come back after that to pick up any guidance that you want to give to staff about the terms of reference and what you would like to see under the second part agenda item, which is later in the week. So tomorrow will also be a very full day, and we've added in something that I would estimate would take another 30 or 45 minutes tomorrow morning. That should be manageable. That's the outlook for tomorrow, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, this evening we do have a chair's reception that's right outside the doors. Just a reminder, that is a payment item. So if you are traveling on council funds, that's already been taken care of for you. If you are not traveling on council funds, then you should have already submitted payment. You may have an opportunity to submit payment at the door if you so choose to attend. So that's just a change in process given some feedback we received from the Department of Commerce last year. So other than that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything else to let you all know about as we end the day today, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions before we adjourn for the day? Not seeing any, then we'll see you at the reception or tomorrow morning at 0800.